Hello, hello, hello. Happy Saturday. How's it going? Hi, Krish. Oh my god, thank you for the Prime. Wow, I feel so special. I think I need to update my sub badges. I guess you don't. I think you get the Prime one though, so I was literally just saying yesterday though that I need to update them. Thank you. Thank you. Surprise Saturday stream. I don't usually stream on Saturdays, but I'm really excited for, honestly, it was just one of those stream ideas that I had that I just really wanted to do. Hold on, I have a hair in my eye. I really wanted to do this as quick as possible. Once I had the idea, I was like, wait, this sounds really fun. So if you weren't here at my stream yesterday, I did explain what we're doing today. Today we are pitting my real architectural 3D modeling software against InZOI's Buildmode. I'll explain in a second. If you haven't been to the stream before, hello, we're happy to have you. My name's Angorabuilds. I'm an architectural technologist based out of Western Canada, and I model buildings in 3D for a living. I also stream about home design on Twitch and YouTube, so hello from both platforms. But a quick disclaimer before we get going, my overlays are only linked to my Twitch chat, not my YouTube chat. It is easier if you can chat from there because then everybody can see what you're saying and what's going on. But I do see both chats, and whatever platform you're most comfortable on, truly, I really don't care. So today, yesterday we picked a tiny house design on Pinterest that we are going to build. We're gonna build it twice today. We're gonna build it in Autodesk Revit first, which is my software for work. It's what I do in my job. It's like breathing to me. I also want to render it in Twinmotion. Okay, and that's what's prompted this whole thing. Because for those that are familiar with InZOI and like know about it, it's built off of Unreal Engine. Twinmotion is also Unreal Engine. Twinmotion is what I haven't used it in work professionally too often. I've used it on a couple of projects, a handful of times, but I've also used it on my own personal projects at home, just to do like very small home design stuff. I'm familiar with Twinmotion, but I'm not an expert. However, Twinmotion and InZOI have very similar graphics. Duh, they're kind of built off of the same foundation. And so to the point actually where I have showed clips of Twinmotion on TikTok and had people ask me how to do those things in InZOI, which I think is kind of cool. And that got me thinking, I'm like, oh, like how close are they actually? And from what I've seen so far, InZOI actually seems to look better than Twinmotion in a lot of ways. And so I kind of wanted to level the playing field and do a bit more of a comparison between like how close can we get them and how much more realistic or better looking is one versus the other. Obviously my software, Autodesk Revit, and Twinmotion as well, they are developed for architectural modeling and architectural visualization, so they're intended to look more realistic, accurate, real. However, they have a very bogged down workflow. When I compared architectural visualization of InZOI versus Twinmotion, I have a YouTube video about it where I've compared them a little bit more just on the visualization side. The kitchen renovation that I showed the two images from was based off of my real kitchen at the time, and that took in Revit and Twinmotion, it took about 2 days, I think, 2 or 3 days to set up. Whereas InZOI, I was able to just set up and model and finish the whole kitchen in like an hour and a half. So usually when I do build comparisons between Revit and XYZ free planner, builder, whatever, I've been using a tiny house design that I have made personally just because I'm very familiar with it and I know it. However, I've already actually built that tiny house in InZOI once before when the game was first launched. So when I was like literally the first time I ever tried InZOI's Buildmode, I was like, I'm just going to build my tiny house that I know. This again was like literally, I don't even think it was the full launch. It was the Build Studio Early Access. So there's been a lot of fixes, patches, modifications, as well as more learning on my end. Now that I've been building in InZOI for a couple months now, I understand the quirks of the builder. I know how you're intended to do things, which wasn't really the most obvious right out of the gate the first time. So I was like, well, I don't want to make the same tiny house then, because we've already done it once before. How would it go if we just take a small tiny house plan and just try building it in both softwares in one fell swoop? So this is what we picked yesterday. It is the most AI generated image of all time, to be honest. It's so AI. Once you zoom in and you start looking at some of the weird quirks of it, like whatever the heck is going on with the archway over here, and if you zoom in too close to the windows and try to look in the windows, you're kind of like, that's not how physics and stuff works. But I think with the floor plan is very simple, and we do have a general layout of everything that I think we can emulate in both softwares very quickly. The roof systems I don't think are too complicated. It has enough architectural interest that it'll be able to flex a little bit of the design in both platforms, both softwares. But it should be quick. I'm hoping it'll be quick. So my plan for today, what I'd like to do, because I am hard capped on time. So we're gonna start in Autodesk Revit. We're gonna do that one first, and then we'll do InZOI second, because I do think InZOI is gonna actually be much quicker and easier. That's my prediction. So I'm gonna give 2 hours of building for each software. Wherever we end at the 2-hour mark, we're gonna hard stop and we're gonna move on to the other one. That's the idea. So I'm kind of excited about this. I think it's a cute little tiny house, and I think it'll be fun to flesh it out a little bit more, even with like the wraparound porch and stuff. I'm like, this looks fun, and we have dimensions. It looks fun. It looks fun. So I guess we'll just get into it. For those not aware, because I don't want to dilly-dally. I really don't. Here is this is Autodesk Revit. wait, there it is. This is my software. This is what we are working in. There is blank slate right now. There is nothing here. We are just, whoa, my light just changed on me. We're going from scratch. So I'm gonna be a little, oh, I want my timer though. I have a timer that I want to, here, let me turn it on. One sec. Wait, oh no, you see it. We'll do the stopwatch. Try and pay attention. So I guess preemptively, just because I am on a bit of a time crunch and I do want to make sure that I am able to dedicate my time and attention to both of these builds within the 2-hour window to do as much in them as I can. Usually when I do Autodesk Revit stuff or even InZOI stuff, I'll like to kind of treat it as a little bit of a how-to and explain how I'm doing things. I'm going to be a little bit of heads down here. This is probably going to be a little bit more of a chill, cozy stream. I don't think I'm going to let myself get as distracted with yapping. Just preemptively. Just a word of caution. So I'm just gonna send it into this. Before we get going and before I start the timer though, the one thing that I want to do is just make sure that we understand what the heck is happening here, because I want to make sure that we are giving this like a safe or like a fair assessment of dimensions. Because again, I want to do this quick. So like double sliding door here where you walk in. I just want to make sure we make sense of what the symbology is, because this is a little bit of a messy plan. As I understand it, what it appears to be, we have an L-shaped kitchen that we don't have a measurement. Oh wait, no, we have one. Well, I think that's to the bathroom. So we can kind of make some deductions this way. But you walk in through the double sliding doors. I think these are plants on either side. I don't know what this is, but we could probably make some liberties and do a little closet space here or something. I know that this is the fridge, and I know that this is probably the stove and an upper shelf. We don't know what's going on with the actual kitchen design. I'm gonna bang it out really quick though, because I don't want to What I don't want to be doing is trying to figure out what's happening in the plans for the first software, because that time spent thinking, I just want it to be building. Because we're going to just literally try to do the same thing in one versus the other. So fridge here, stove here, sink here. Actually, oh, this is the stove. This is a hood range. Okay, so fridge here, hood range here, sink here, round table. And I'll just arbitrarily place whatever else fits. The L-shape sectional in the living room with window here, so I don't think we're gonna get a TV on this wall per se. This is one of those living rooms that would maybe have a projector as a pull down or something nice like that. It's hard to tell even what's going on with the windows on these other walls. And I don't know what this gray square is here either. Maybe just a little side table, who knows? We can take some creative liberties. It looks like we have almost like a console table here where there's a bunch of stuff placed on. This is a tiny pinch point. I think this is an AI generated plan, so there's some weird things, like whatever the heck this is, if it fits in how the walls come together, I will add it. But if this doesn't fit, I'm gonna disregard it and we're just gonna make this a hallway. We have the bedroom with probably a queen bed, 2 bedside tables, and then the full wall of closet system back here with a little desk alcove here. And then a very simple bathroom design, tub shower combo, toilet, sink. So we can do whatever we want with this. Ooh, I'm just having a second thought in regards to if we should do this in InZOI first versus Revit. Because in InZOI, you don't get a lot of free options with furniture and millwork. You're very whatever is available in build mode. That's kind of, unless you go into the canvas and stuff. But even things like a little office desk here in this corner, I'm wondering, maybe we should start in InZOI, and then whatever I do in Revit will just be based visually off of what we did in InZOI or close. That might be the best way to do this then. Because I'll have an easier time matching from Revit than trying to match the other way around. So maybe we'll do that, which I'm not mad about. I'm actually going to boot up InZOI. We're going to do it in InZOI first. It is going to be kind of interesting with the dimensions of things because I can actually do accurate dimensions in Autodesk Revit, whereas InZOI, we are just going off of how geometry fits together. But I'm going to boot up the game. Let's start with InZOI first. We'll follow with Revit second. So if that's the case, one moment. I'm just going to... I'm changing my category to InZOI quick. Since we'll actually be building in this game. There we go. And on YouTube. Go... Gaming. What's up? Save. There we go. Perfect. Now I need a way for me to see this while I am... while I'm building in the game. But yeah, we're just loading. We're just loading. But yeah, no, thanks for hanging out and humoring me on a Saturday and letting me do this crazy, like, heads down quick build challenge game. I'm really excited about it. The reason why, well, the other reason why I ended up wanting to do this stream today is because usually I stream on Fridays. That is my regular time. However, I will be going on a trip just on Tuesday into Saturday this upcoming week. So I won't be able to stream until at earliest Sunday of next week. So this is kind of my like makeup stream for that reason as well. But I'm just gonna, I'm gonna open up the build studio and we are going to just clear everything, get ready to build, and then I'll set the timer. And like I said, we will hard stop at the 2-hour mark. Whatever we get to, we'll do. Oh, actually, here, let's just do everything. And I want to make sure I can see the plans myself off stream, off to the side, so that I'm not trying to make sense of things. And lining her up. And okay, one sec. We have our timer, and I want to put on here. This is what I want. This is our preview here. I don't even know the best place to put this. This is what we're going off of. I don't want to cover things too much, you know? I'll move it if I have to, if this is a bad spot. Hey Steve, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Alrighty. I'm curious to send it on this one because, okay. I'm doing it. I'm starting the timer. We have 2 hours. Let's see how far we get. We'll see how it goes. This is going to be an interesting one. I'm probably going to be using the room selection tool a shit ton because I think for InZOI in this case, we're going to have to go off of the sizes of things. I might even kind of do things by room preemptively, and I'm going to do it. Oh, is this my 3 meters up? Are we getting half walls? What's going on here? What is this? Oh, duh. That's how I'm looking at it. There we go. So I'm going to do this a little bit differently in InZOI than I would be doing it in Revit, in my architectural software. Usually when I'm doing things architecturally, I just go in, like, I'll do all the walls first, and then I will do all the floors, all the wall finishes, kind of in that order, and then I'll get to all like the specifics like fixtures and furniture and stuff last. This toilet actually almost looks the exact same. I'm gonna be forcing quite a few things to... I like this sink the best as well. And this is over probably 1. But I find with build game stuff like this, you really have to almost kind of resize as you go. There we go. And then let me see if we can do the door. And I really like these wood doors here, the natural panel doors. But we might struggle with this with the... So I think I'm going to try deleting the sink first, placing the door, and then bringing it back. Yeah, there we go. If I have to pull the... Oop, there we go. Yeah, see? Sometimes the order you do things matters, you know? Okay. And then we have a hallway desk with a computer on it. So I think I'm just gonna put one of these desks. I don't know which one I like. I'll just stick one. Ooh, they're quite large actually, hey? It's overlapping our door here. So does that mean... Is there smaller ones? Probably not, huh? I'll bump this out. Oh, maybe down one this way. I might have to do the same thing though, where I might have to delete the sink to move the door over 1. Yeah, it'll make me... Some of the finickiness of build mode. But I guess silver lining here is we have been learning a lot about the quirks of build mode, and kind of once you learn the orders of doing things without wanting to tear your hair out, it helps. I'm not saying it's the best though. There's definitely some weird things like this that they should fix. I don't know why a door can't go right here if the sink's right here. It should be just fine, but it was this desk I think I'm trying to place here in this corner. It'll be weird putting a chair here. I might not actually put a chair here at all, to be honest. There, like, I think there's one depicted in this one that we're going off of, but... And then, so this will go this way. Eat this guy off the end. I can see myself making my dream house with this and cry about the fact that I'll never get it IRL. I know, it's so fun to, but like, yeah, they have such nice high-end stuff, such beautiful furniture and stuff, and I'm kind of like, okay, maybe one day. I'm so... Here, hold on. There's one style of bed that I like. It's the one that kind of has the... Wait, where is it? There's a double bed style that has a headboard that is almost like vertical... What's this one? Okay, and this is all right tight. I know we're already going to have to move this down to fit the closet system, but I'm going to just see how wide we need this first. Actually, this is pretty close, so I'll bring this over as much as I can. Do I have to worry about clearance here, though? Is this small enough? I have a feeling that's going to cause problems, so I'll just bring it over one more. Good measure. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. And then I think I'll just do a whole wall of like these guys. So this guy here, so it looks like we need probably at least 2 squares for it to fit. Bring this back. At least that much. And then... Yeah, like I said, usually I take my time and yap a little bit more than this, but I am trying to... I'm trying to test this. Oh, actually, let's move this a little bit over because I have a feeling the door is going to cause problems over here. I'll bring this all preemptively over for now, just to see this. And are they right across from one another? Yes, they are. So it's like here somewhere? Yeah, something like this. I mean, I think it's coming together a little bit larger than what will, like what's showing in the plan, but look at how silly this is. I could even like replace some of these with the dressers and stuff. Thank you so much for the bits. Can't stay too long out doing errands. See you around. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Yeah, we could switch this up at any time with other things too, but just for the sake of what we're trying to depict here, like, this is a really long run of cabinets. I don't know. But that's here, and then I'll raise it up on the foundation, like I said at the end, when we're kind of good with the floor plan. I'm wondering, yeah, maybe we go from this way and figure out the living room next. Because it's a sectional... Wait, do we even have sectionals in InZOI yet? I have not made a living room yet, so... Oh, yes, we do. Nice. Sick. Oh, I want it to be the other way, though, so bad. You can't mirror, can you? Damn it. How do we fix this? What do we do? Do we just modify what we're showing to be... Like, we could just do this here and then a chair, maybe? That kind of looks the same. Just for the shape. If I can't get a sectional, because yeah, they all look like they curve the same way. Like some of these are even bigger than others. So this is probably fine. It has a round coffee table. And then... I'm gonna put this guy like over here. And then a big console here, but there's also the windows. And I haven't even looked at the windows yet, so we'll check that in a second. Antique TV set. I think we just want this more like modern one. I also don't know what's supposed to be in the corner, if that's like something music related. I could put a big speaker or something. It's funny because the chairs feel so big, but then all the things that would go in the corner feel so small. I'm gonna move this back a little bit. That much, one more. Here. Because it is at the end of the day supposed to be a tiny house, so clutter that in a sec, but then that means this leftover, this leftover part is our house. Woohoo! Nice. Okay, we might end up adjusting this with the millwork. Because... Okay, so what we said here, again, this is why I wanted to do it in InZOI first and then Revit second, because I think we'll have the general idea of the configuration. Like, we know a fridge is going to have to go here. Right on the end. Is it overlapping? Ooh, I hate that it sticks off the wall so much. Why? Can we just, like... back? That's better. There was a hood range in the corner, which is kind of a weird spot for it in my opinion, but it's just kind of here somewhere. Then for the countertops, hold on, I'm looking at the outside. It's like almost very coastal looking. So I'm trying to decide, let's do a different cabinet that I really like these farmhouse white ones, but there's also these new ones. I don't know if it's new, but this sweet counter we haven't used yet. Maybe we use something like this. And then the corner one. So we'll bring this over. And that means, I guess, our fridge. Just a hair. Now we got a little bit of a weird thing here, but I'm okay with that. And then I think there's a counter, and then there's a sink, and then there's a weird little half counter here. But yeah, we definitely need to bring this out because of this front entryway. But I don't like the proportions of that. Hold on, let's try with this maybe then. It's quite small, but... This is one of those things trying to work off of an AI plan as well. They're just weird proportions. They're so strange. We'll just do like a really basic... Like, I think you can see in the AI plans that they have a lot of these almost like half counters, like single swing door ones, but we don't quite have that luxury. I might be able to do something like this where we like clip it in, but oh yeah, see, it goes into the sink though, so I don't quite love that. I think like in terms of size, this is pretty close. And they do have a wall that goes like this. Hold on. I see it in the dark color. It's like this. And then that makes this like the little, whatever the front entry thing here is. Front closet, front cabinet. I could probably just put another wardrobe in here maybe. Just like a different style of one. Wait, does this one kind of look like a locker though? Oh, it totally does. This is the only other, like the only full height one that actually looks good. Two side by side. And like there's also a plant in the corner, so I'm kind of like, maybe we just do one of these right up against here. And then we could do like a plant and like some other kind of clothing storage stuff. Or we do this. Actually, maybe this makes a little bit more sense just with scale of things. Maybe we just add one more cabinet and just move this down. Oh, I did it the wrong way. Then this just gets a little bit more counter space, which is actually kind of nice. Actually, okay, no, I'm not mad about this. Round table. Really like the one with the tablecloth on it. And chairs. I think I'll swap things out after when we are paying attention to finishes and stuff a little bit more. I am just kind of trying to get geometry in to make sure that we have the clearances, the scaling, the sizes of things that we want. But this, I think, is looking pretty good to me. And before I finish the living room, I think I want to finish, what's it called? Doors and windows. Doors and windows. But I mean, for 15 minutes, we already pretty much have the full extent of the shape besides the front porch. And the front porch will be next. But let me put a double sliding door here. Two-tone. That's cute. I don't think it'll let me... Wait, is that wood? Why is it solid? Okay. No. We want glass here. Wood frame or sliding glass door. I guess just... I don't like the glazing film on it very much. This one's probably the better one. Sure. Sure, this sounds good. And then windows. So now we're kind of just going off of what we see on the outside. I can see that the proportions already are kind of weird because, like, look at how much wall we have on this side compared to what we've shown here. So anyway, windows. We want multi-pane. This might be... Actually, these are kind of cute. There's 3 vertical windows. So I could use that one and maybe just overlap them, or it'd be nice to have just single skinny versions of these. Actually, I mean, with the proportions that we have, we could even maybe just do 2 side by side because we do have the space for it, and we could just do this. Like that. And then there's no window on this side with the kitchen, which is kind of a shame not having a window above the sink. I might opt to throw one in, to be honest. And then you can kind of see in this at the very, very back in the bathroom, there's a window here. I'll center. Or maybe? I mean, I might make the choice to add a window above the sink because... Oh, wait, hold on. We do need a window here because there's definitely bar seating along... Or is that a banquette? Oh no, this is banquette seating. Hold on. Wait, what's happening? Actually, no, I think this is a window on the wall. But this is where AI proportions are weird because it's like... Look at this. It's like... Why is this so small? Why'd you get so tiny? But you can see it's like low waist height windows or something. And then this really random light just on the side. I'm like, okay, I guess. So I think we just take liberties to correct this really quick. So that means I think we do have some kind of horizontal window, at least along here, that goes maybe over these 2 parts and not over the stove. Either that, or we make the executive decision to move the stove beside the fridge. It definitely shows it on the end wall here, though. I mean, this is the plan. This is the plan. I'll just do... Maybe we'll just do a single window instead. We'll just do something like this. And I'll move it down so it's like right on top here. Maybe we'll just leave it as one. Is there a bit of a better one than this though? Because I find the sizes just so difficult. Actually, these double ones aren't bad either. They both open? Or a big sliding one? Actually, this one's really cute. And it kind of matches the panes on the front. Or this one. I don't like this here. I'm moving it. I'm moving it. Hey. Here, we'll just do this. Nope. 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 Here. And then here, and then this can get centered. I just think it's nicer this way. There we go. Then we can still have uppers over here and over here. We can still have a shelf on either side that goes kind of along with the hood range. But I just think this feels a little bit nicer. I'm not usually the biggest fan of fridges beside the stoves, but we only have so much space to work with, and I'd rather have the fridge beside the stove than the stove beside the sink, I think, with this little tiny floor plan. So now we have a deck. We don't have hot tubs yet in InZOI, do we? I haven't even looked for one. I'm pretty sure we don't, hey? So I guess we're just gonna make it a nice big outdoor space. Which is fine. But yeah, I think that is the geometry of this. And then we have the window here, we have the window here, we have the window here. Oh yeah, we're doing windows. There's definitely one in the bedroom that I think matches the front one just by having the same symbol. I wonder if I could fit two of them as well. It's so overkill, but I also do love windows in the bedroom. Like taking over the whole wall. If we could overlap them and then have just 3 of these, that would be the perfect size for this. It is a little big, it's a little overkill like this, but I'll just put it here and then join them. Something like that. That's a bit better. And then, yes, that's it for windows. We have our sliding door here. And then it kind of creates a little weird situation here because there's definitely, see, I don't know if it's a shelf or if it's a console table for a TV or something, but we wouldn't want to put a TV on this wall. I don't think I'm going to put a TV in this build at all because it doesn't make sense with how the furniture and the windows are. So we just do a console without one, I guess. Or like a low shelf or something. A low storage shelf? Let me check office. Like, yeah, no, a lot of these will be too big. But without knowing what this weird box is, I might just put a shelf here. I think. I can't make sense of what it's supposed to be otherwise. Okay, let's raise her up. Raise her up. And it's not a very high deck in the image. It's kind of just subtle on the ground, but I know that there is kind of a minimum that stairs can go up. So I'm gonna go, I think, a little bit higher than I would have instinctively wanted to go, because I want to make sure that we can actually build stairs up and not create that weird problem where the Zois can't walk up onto the deck because the platform's too high, but then the stairs don't snap because the platform's too low. So we'll see how that works out. Cross our fingers. So I'm gonna do this with a railing first. It looks like it's almost like a big wood horizontal screen at the back. It'd be so nice if we had those. We have the full height glass handrails. I don't think we have something quite like that though. Hey, I might have to do it as... I could do it as walls. I'm just trying to decide what to use in lieu of that. Because it's horizontal modern. I guess this one's horizontal. And where does the deck start? There's enough room for a chair, so I think I'm gonna go more like this way. Oh, there's 2 chairs. Something. And then it's probably literally right to the back. Where that lines up. Ooh. Oh yeah, look at me go. Haha! Perfect. Perfect. It's so large. There's so much space here. Hold on, moving this on. Actually, I don't know if I like the direction that this is facing. Okay. We'd probably want a railing here. And I guess we'll keep this one here too. So let's see how the chairs fit, because I might have to pull this out more. There is 2 outdoor chairs that look really comfy, so I'm hesitant to use outdoor furniture. I think indoor furniture in the outdoor space will be the vibe. There's a chair though. This one I think is a good between for it. So like here, yeah, we definitely gotta pull this out. Room selection tool, please. And here. Oh. There we go. Sometimes it's hard to get the toggles for adjusting the sizes of things. Okay, copy. This should be enough space. Now we can put a table in between. Like here. And copy. Table or side table? Probably a side table. I can't even tell what it's supposed to be, so I think at this point we're just starting to do whatever we want. Like this. Pull this guy out. Oh, no, it's the handrail. Oh, this is a quirk. This will extend the foundation, but this handrail itself is not extending. Uh-oh. Can I just draw it? Can I just add on to it? Is it that easy? Oh, yes. Okay. The answer is yes. Yes, it is that easy. Perfect. All right, we need columns, just the square ones. Yeah, we'll do the thin wooden ones. Here. Here. And then in the middle. I don't even know where the middle is. Okay. Stairs. Now these are just basic wooden ones. They're short stairs too. How tall this is though. Can I move it down? Let me try. I want to see where the threshold is where we can't do stairs anymore. This still works. Okay. Oops. Let's try going lower. Try going lower. Oh, my columns are floating. Don't mind them. Okay, lower. I want to know where to stop. This honestly feels really good. This height where it's at with... Oh, but I don't think this is going to work. No, okay, so the first one. Yeah, so this is as low as we can go. That's not bad. I'm not that mad about this. And here. I'll just delete them and start over. I think it's easier. Here. And here, maybe? Okay. And I actually don't mind these steps. I don't like the handrails for them, but I think we can turn them off. There. And then the undersides, because yeah, we can change this too. Solid might be best though, because this is solid in the image. So we'll roll with that. Now I need to change the width. The whole way. Actually, there's a plant in between, so I'll go a little bit back here. Oh, the furniture. Oh, it's not as long, that's why. See, I wish that there was a way that you could almost just create similar, kind of, but without copying it exactly. So it'd be like this, but then stop about here, probably. And like I said, I'll do all of the colors and stuff after. We just want to get all of the geometry down first. There we go. Not too bad, not too bad. And then railing. I could just bring this right in here. Oh yeah, I can. Perfect. Okay. So we have our outdoor furniture. Now there's seating kind of down this whole side. I guess I could just do like 2 outdoor benches beside each other and then 2 outdoor tables maybe. This is really nice seating too. But I'll try the outdoor ones first because those are proper benches. It has a back though. Concrete wood bench. I don't want one with arms. This is just kind of giving park bench, but I guess if we make it a better color, it might not. Oh, and if there was realistically space for a hot tub down here, I think this would actually go more this way. Like this. And then I think instead of the hot tub, because we can't fit them, I'll just do a couple loungers down here. Actually, is there wooden ones? Ooh, the wooden ones are nice. And a little side table here too. Puppy. Not in between? We can't fit it? Come on. There. Oh, and I guess we need more columns. Duh. We definitely have one here. And there'd probably be quite a few going this way. So like maybe this around here. I wish that there was an easier way to figure out how to evenly space things instead of just eyeballing them. It's a little bit easier to do that with Sims, but I think that's pretty good. And then a table and some chairs on this side. So, which one would be a good outdoor table? Like, I do kind of like this one. I don't think it'll be functional though. Which is okay. And we're gonna put a covered porch, so I'm not gonna use the umbrella. No, I think the wooden one's the best. But, oh, they're too long if there's two of them. I mean, I guess I could just adjust how the benches line up with it, though. Fine. Okay. I don't have any library stuff for good outdoor furniture like this, because to be honest, it's not really something I did interiors for so long. All of my geometry is like cabinets, some furniture, things like that. I don't know about this outside part. I'm a little worried because Twinmotion has a really limited library. This one is giving outdoor chair, to be honest. Oh. They're too forced. Be there. Like here? Boop. That's so much outdoor seating for the tiniest house ever. But yeah, okay. Okay. I guess if you insist. Okay, so that is good for... I am kind of considering rotating this house because I think... Hold on. Like if we want the front to have the most light, I think it has to rotate 90 degrees. See the sun? Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, I'm gonna rotate this whole house. Or move property? No, move whole house, please. This way. Oh, okay, messed up my columns. No, we'll live with it. It's fine. It's fine. Hi. Okay. Roof. Now, I don't really know how we're gonna do this kind of little raised up roof situation. I'm wondering if I have to almost do like a little half wall on top here. Like I could do... I think it'll have to be short. And then I can make it even shorter by lowering it down, but I think, yeah, I think it has to be... Or maybe you can't build roofs on them. Shit, no, I don't think you can. I'll try with the roofs and we'll see what we can do. So here... somewhere around here? Like I can make it taller. Ooh, I didn't even think about this. Not being able to raise this part up, because you can't have half of a room be taller than another half, can you? Hold on. Let's look at our build for a sec. I'm kind of wondering, like, can half of your house have taller ceilings than another half? Like, do we have to do something? Let me try something. I think it might raise the whole height of the house though. If we did this. And I make just like part of it taller? Shit, no. Shit, I want the main, this part here, this half of the house to be the next wall height up. This looked like an easy roof design until it didn't. I just think this is gonna be so tall. Just trying something. Okay. No. But if we want the porch to have the same relationship that the roof does, I still think maybe it's better than if we raise the whole ceiling height of the house. Nope, not that one. But I don't know if it'll... Oh shit, no, I still don't think it'll do it for the porch though. I think if I... Ooh. I thought this was an easy roof design. No problem. No brainer. It's not. It's not. Okay, so this does the house. The columns didn't move though. So if I... Like if this is taller and then we do below lower, will it work though? Or could we use something else that's not roofs to make the covered porch? Because I know that they also, it's not the same effect though, but they did release some outdoor canopies. Which if that's the case, I can maybe move the wall height back down, but let me see. Like we have this steel pagoda, but it's very large. Not this. No. So do we just gotta do this flat then? Like all on the same level? That's it. No other option, huh? Let's just see, I guess, what this relationship looks like. That's pretty close, actually. I wish there was an up arrow so bad. And just like lift it higher, you know? Okay, so bring back. I'm just gonna try it, I guess. We'll do the best that we can. This I'll make a little lower. Here. See, and I don't even know now I'm thinking about it, how are we going to do the wraparound porch? I don't know. Let's see what this looks like. I'm gonna do like this, but like the flattest possible that I can go. Look at how weird the scaling went on the top. Why did it do that? Ew. And I have to overlap roofs for sure. Mm-mm. The half hip. I'm just wondering if there's a better way to join this somehow. If this is like... Here, let's try something. Go out one more, maybe? Here? Okay, let's try this. Go back. Oh, not that way. Whoops. I always forget which toggle does which, to be honest. Because like, this one is what I want to use to drag it, and then this one's the one I want to resize it, but it's kind of backwards. Can we use this half gable or half hip roof? I just don't know what it looks like. I'm just wondering if it would do... the thing we're trying to do with it, but because I kind of want to join. Maybe a hip roof is better. I want to join each slope into each other. But I don't know if it'll do it in a way that does it well. But like, this relationship looks a little bit better from below. But if I drag this out, I don't know, I think it's a little problematic. Like, kind of to where... like, they're overlapping. I don't think that's... No, you can kind of see it through here too. Then this one... Now this is pretty much right, but it doesn't line up flush. No, I think it just makes the most sense, unfortunately, to just kind of do this, and then like you can't really see that relationship from this angle at least. But I don't like it. I'm not really the biggest fan of it, I will say. But it's like kind of the shape. And the size, I think, is pretty much... oh, here. There. I just want to make sure it's all flush. This... oh yeah, this can go back more. So we'll... see. Oh, I don't like that you can see it cut through, though. I think this is better. Like here. Unfortunately, I think that's as good as it gets. For what we can do for roofs for now, the roofs are definitely one of the most frustrating parts of InZOI building, in my personal opinion. Do they all disappear though, at least? Oh no, this one doesn't. Oh wait, yes it does. Perfect. Okay, I mean, we're not doing bad though. 49 minutes just to get the structure down, and now we're literally just doing finishes and clutter and stuff to make it match. That's not bad. But I did say I'm quite confident InZOI is going to be way faster than when we do Revit after this. I don't think Revit's going to be... Well, it's hard to say because we did spend a lot of time problem solving some weird things, whereas Revit, I know I'm just going to be able to go like brrr, and like, I think the modeling part will be faster, but we're going to run into trouble with all the furniture and stuff. So maybe I'll just start doing the finishes first. I'll start, and the inside, we don't have anything for finishes. We can just do whatever we want. So I'm going to kind of go... I'm leaning towards going like coastal Scandinavian, if that's like a weird crossover, but just like pastel or sage green, soft colors, but more minimal, like the light wood, carrying the light wood and whites throughout, but then plants and minimal clutter and stuff. That's what I'm thinking. So let's do for the floor. One of my favorites is the old one. Hi, Tangible. What's up? How are you? I don't want the grid on. Oh, this is one of those times I wish that we could rotate the floor so bad. And I'm not sure I want to waste time going to get one. Actually, oh, this one goes the right way. Now, it's like a light wood. So in order to... It's almost like pine colored. Hold on. I'm just Googling a light wood. And then I'm going to use my hex picker and just like kind of pick a, like this one here. This color. Now I have the hex. I can just use it. So we'll try. Boop. There we go. Oh, that's actually perfect. Wait, that's awesome. How's your Saturday going, Tangible? Oop. Hold on. Okay. Oop, oop. We'll do the column. And then I'll just change all of these. Had to do house cleaning today, exhausted and cooking dinner right now. Yeah, Saturday does end up being the chore day. I empathize. I empathize. Okay, the stairs here. The wood is like, hold on. The step we want to be the same color. Could I almost do like an oak? Hold on, let's try this. Actually, that didn't really change it much. But I think how it is isn't bad. I'm just gonna like boop that one. Now what I really want to do is, oh, the side of this floor here. One sec. I didn't do the side. We'll just do a paint, but I'm gonna make it the same color so it's like barely noticeable. And here, I don't even know. I think this is supposed to be a stone. More of like a stone kind of. Oh, not the top. The side. Like a lighter natural stone of some kind. Is there one for pebbles that would work? Oh, there is one for pebbles? But yeah, welcome to the software showdown stream. I'm literally just trying to build this as fast as I can. Actually, I don't mind this modular stone tile either. But oh yeah, there's, oh, this natural one actually. Actually, no, I think this one's good because it kind of looks like it, but it's like really, really light. So if we just kind of right up here, I think that works good. This natural stone tile up here, I'll add that to the swatch. I don't know if I can do it. Are you going for the side, not the gravel in the front? Yeah, I'm going for the steps. Yeah, no, not the gravel yet. We'll do the landscaping last, maybe if there's time. I'm giving myself a 2-hour cap on InZOI first, and then we're going to do Autodesk Revit into Twinmotion, which is my 3D modeling software for my job. And we're going to see how they compare in terms of accuracy and execution and stuff. Because I do think the one nice thing about here, actually, oh wait, this is for the steps. I want it for the actual underside. Can I do the stone? Oh yes, I can. Oh, this is so perfect. Here. Nice. Yeah, the one thing about InZOI is that I don't know, it makes this part fun. No, this way. I want There we go. And then, oh yeah, I guess this wood part too. The decoration here. And I'm keeping it pretty minimal because I don't know. This is a very minimal build. I'm keeping this very clean and very sleek. I think it's simple. I'm going to take some creative liberties as well with certain things like this light fixture here, this black one, how it goes around the corner on the side. I'm gonna just put both of them on the front on either side of the door. I think it's really weird to have it wrap around. I think this is just an AI thing. Just AI being AI. So let's go to lighting and wall sconces. So it's kind of like a hanging lantern one almost. Oh, I didn't even think this is gonna be tricky in Revit and Twinmotion too, unless they have a really good asset library for lighting. This might be one of the better ones. I mean, it makes sense given that it is a seating area at night. No, that's true. We could even just add more and have continuity. And just do like one around the corner here maybe. And then like another one somewhere over here. And then there's at least just like, there's more of them, but there's a little bit more symmetry. And the light bulb. I like mine all white. I don't like the orange hue that they are all. Actually, hold on. This one is definitely, wait, maybe we do only do one. Because now I'm thinking about it. There's like the wood accent that goes down the wall here. Hold on. I'll delete this if I have to. Let's do the outside first. I'm scared. I'm just gonna test this. But I'm scared because I think if I pick something here. Oh. That did like all of the sides except for the inside ones. Actually, that's not terrible. Here, okay, so I like this siding. I'm just gonna pull the hex quick. Like here, probably. And let's see if this actually works. It's a little bit more green, I think. Your whole look today is on point, by the way. I studied fashion when I learned sewing in 1010. You look stunning. Thank you! Thank you, thank you. Be honest, this is like lazy day today. Lazy day. I'm not putting in a lot of effort for this one. I gotta be real. Hold on. I want this to be... Wait, here. Do we go a little bit more blue? It's just giving more almost like sage than this. I think the wood hue undertone is maybe throwing it off. But I'll add this to the swatch. And then we'll do these two walls on the inside. This one. It was this one and this color. And oh, I gotta do all of these. Bruh. What about this end? I want the corner. Oh, it did go. Okay. One day we'll get a eyedropper for walls one day. Early. Boop. There we go. I don't even know what the roof is supposed to be because it looks like that clay kind of corrugated clay tile, but it's the same color as the wood. Yeah, it's weird. Sometimes with the selector, it'll show huge gaps and then it fills with other times. It'll leave the smallest streak open. I'm not a big fan of it. I would love to be able to drag and then, or like click and then drag the full extent of the area that you'd like to select to change the finish of. I think that would be really nice. Kind of how you like drag and paint walls in Sims is kind of the same. I think that would make it way easier. But see, yeah, no, even looking at this one now, like this, I think from like, I don't even know where to put this here. Hold on. Can I? Oh, I have to do this the tedious way. I want to add this wood finish, but I think I have to go this way and remove from this full wall selection. And then I did it a little bit too much, I think. So I'm just going to add a bit back. Here, maybe? Something like that. And then it's also still just the same. I'll switch it to something else. And switch it back. Wait, what if I don't want this color? And then I'm going to change the scale so that it doesn't quite line up anymore. Like, it's literally almost the same scale as the other one. It's just different and it stands off a little bit. It looks so arbitrary here though. That's really interesting that they have that stripe in there. It's kind of a neat idea for an accent. I've seen accent finishes like this, but usually you do it in like a standoff panel. And you can even see in the image that it has shadows on either side. It does stand off a little bit. But because we can only do it all flat in InZOI, we're stuck with it being just like this. So I gotta be real, it's not as cute in execution as I was hoping it would be. Also, I think we need these columns to be a little bit lighter. Even. Or here, maybe go this way. Oh yeah, this is what we gotta do. Yeah, this is it for the columns. Here, I gotta copy. Oh, I drop. Here, 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 here. Oh, you did get the roof to do the thing? No, not in a way that I like it. What I would have really liked to do is make half of the house have a higher wall than the left half where the higher roof is, to have the higher wall, and then have the 3-meter wall right beside it, and then create that differential. And then we could do the porch, and we like, this guy's just not high enough. This guy just needs to be lifted like a bit. And I'm a little upset about it, but it's okay. It's okay. So the railing, okay, there actually is not a railing here, so I think I might just remove this one, so that when we're looking, oh no, I want the column though. And I brought it as low to the ground as I could without the stairs disappearing or like not working. Yeah, they won't let us do that. No, not yet. Not yet, not yet. So here, one sec. The railing painted, I'll just make it kind of as close to the same color as I can. The pillars, Here, same deal. And I don't know why there's a step 1 here, but I'm just gonna do this. Now, we're getting close to done the finishes on the roof. Oh, I see here. This top part is the same as this. Hold on. So this guy, actually both the gables on these, so the gable is the horizontal wood, this one. But I don't remember what I made the scale of it. Like to be honest, I guess it doesn't really matter. They look, as long as they look similar. There's also, they're called knee braces. These like L-shaped things that hold up the roof. You can kind of see these things. I know Sims has geometry that we could use to emulate this, but I don't think we got that quite yet in InZOI. So we're just gonna have a plain old flat roof face. It is what it is. I gotta cook my vegetables for my chicken. I'll be looking while I cook. Sounds good, no worries. Yeah, we're at an hour 5, so I still think we're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. Moment of truth though, for when we actually get to the, I guess, interior finishes and stuff. Okay, so the roof type literally almost looks the same as what we have going on right now. It's the weirdest roof type in my opinion though. Like, or we could do this one. Yes, this is the slate roof. I hate that they're different scales. That's my problem. And I think if I even bring it down to the smallest one, and it's just the same color. I wish that the siding popped a little bit more. All right. Oh, wait. I lost my gable finishes. Let's not do these two. So monochrome. I think the plants are really what sells it, having all of the plants around and stuff. Okay, let's do these ones now. I'll make the scale... Oh wait, did I change the scale on this one? Oh yeah, it is all 0. See, yeah, the scaling is all messed up. I did notice, so like right after the update came out, the scaling of wall textures seemed to be kind of fixed and doing really well. And then I think they've released a couple hot fixes since, and the scaling is definitely weird and messed up again. So, you know. It is what it is. All right. And then I'm gonna make the frames and stuff on the windows. I think they are kind of the same color in this image that we're going off of, but I'm actually gonna make them white so that they pop. 1 second. Yeah, I guess I'll just do... Actually, I'll do white wood, maybe? And we'll just make it all this white wood, because then I think it'll just... break it up a little bit, you know what I mean? We need clutter, decor, and stuff so bad. Here. Frame. I'll just do this as white. Door. Metallic. And the handle I'll just leave. I'm not too fussed about it. All right. White wood. Wood. White wood. I kind of had a feeling that the scaling would be weird trying to go off of an AI plan. It'd be fun to almost try this again, but with a real floor plan that actually, you know, got built and has photos of it and stuff. All right. Yeah, we definitely need some plants. So what I'm gonna do is maybe make the outdoor furniture also kind of match what we got going on. Like everything is this white wood. I'll do this and pine. And then this and pine. Like everything is this hue. The concrete legs on these benches look massive, but I digress. We'll leave it. Yeah, so it's kind of the same even with painted wood here. Like it's just all very light. Do this one. And I like my wood grains to be close, but not super identical, because that doesn't happen in real life. But I'll make all the chairs match, because it could have came as a set. And then for these chairs, they look like they're white with gray cushions. So the frame and just something like that, maybe. Here. And the side table is definitely some kind of weird polka dot lamp situation. It's pretty playful. It looks quite fun. I don't think we have, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if we have a side table that would kind of give the same vibe in that sense. Like even like a small version of something like this would be kind of cool though. But all the side tables are just very basic wood tables. Okay, well, I'll just make it white to match the chairs, I guess. And that's the furniture color for the outsides. I don't same with even like, yeah, this guy will make white. And then this, I'll just make them a bit lighter, but I don't think everything needs to be this kind of white pine wood color. That's just a lot. So what I will do to help with the vibe on the outside quick is throw down some plants. And it's all kind of the same plant. It all reminds me sort of the bird of paradise, almost. Snake plant I think is too small. Or we could even go... No, these aren't as tall. I think... Oh, this one could be nice too. But the bird of paradise I think actually like sits on the ground, which is probably more realistic. So I'll just put these everywhere. Even like the pot color is fine, so I'm just gonna start placing. And I'm gonna rotate so that they don't look too same. What the heck is beside the bench here? It's some kind of... I can't even tell. Oh, there's a proper 4-seat table back there, and then this is like low seating. Oh, weird. Hold on, maybe I'll emulate this. It's like the 4-seat is at the back, and then this just has like a little coffee table with a bunch of things on it. So I could do that. Is there a little outdoor coffee table that would kind of work here? Like, it has... Like, these ones are a little bit too big. Maybe I do have to use a side table. It's just so small. something like this. And then I'll put stuff on it after. We're gonna clutter last because that's the one thing that I don't want to run out of time doing. There we go. I just want to get like the bigger hitting things. I feel like these plants are kind of important to the vibe. There's this one. Oh, there's actually a third one on this side too. Here. Give or take, basically. And there's the bushes that go all the way. I'll do landscaping last as well if we can get to it. But I think that's it for plants on the outside. And now I think we are going inside. A little bit off. One sec. There. Still a bit orange, but at least it's not so like that. All right, 115. Okay, so we can kind of do... Oh, I should open this back up again. And our sofa disappeared. Whoops. What was it again? I forget. I think it was this one, right? Okay. One thing I'm going to do really quick, actually, I'm going to stop the timer. We'll pause it for a sec. I want to just look up a quick kitchen inspo and then we'll springboard the rest of the house on it. I'm a creature of habit. I really like just having a reference. I don't want to think about it too much. Let's go to Pinterest super fast. I'm thinking like Scandinavian kitchen. Because that's kind of, it's giving the simplicity of like a Scandinavian build. Like just very simple wood and white with minimal color. To be honest, with lots of plants. We're overpowered by the AI. Like... I guess what I'm thinking is I want a little bit of texture, because if we just do everything white, Twinmotion, when we get to rendering there, does default for most things to just be white box, basically. So I want to make it a little bit more challenging. In that sense. Here, come here. Or maybe we do like coastal kitchen then. We could try. Or Japandi kitchen. Japandi's another one that I love. I'm obsessed actually with Japandi. But like even something nice just kind of like this, where it's kind of got the colored bottoms, but then everything else is just white and light wood. Even kind of having the wickery pendant here. This is totally AI as well, but I think we could roll with something like this with like the marble countertops, the colored cabinets. We even already have the right sink. And then like the light wood floor. I think I'm going to roll with just, I think I'm going to roll with something like this. So, and then I'll springboard the rest of the house design based off of that. But then that kind of works even with what we've got going on here and stuff. So here, let's take this floor. It is the wooden vertical pattern tile, and I think, yeah, it's this one. So I want to take this one and make it the same. So that it kind of continues. And then for walls, I think we're just gonna paint. Maybe not this one though. Which one has a good, more plain paint? Let me pull a quick swatch. We'll try shoji white. I like this one. It's a little bit more of like an off-white. Boop, boop. There we go. So here. Actually, that might be too off-white. There's a alabaster, I think it's called. Yeah, this is the other one that I was looking at. It's also a bit more off-white than I think we want. When all else fails, Chantilly Lace by Benjamin Moore. It's a really, really simple white. The simplest, actually. Pull in the hex. Back to this we go. And just resizing this so that we can kind of see all of this again. Okay. Try this one instead. Nice. Perfect. And okay, so we got the light wood floors with the, oh, the ceiling though. What does our Pinterest show? Oh, it's like white with exposed beams. Man, I need to get beams figured out because there's so many builds where I'm like, I would love this. Also, there's upper cabinets that we haven't placed yet. So I'll place those in a sec. I might do those two-tone maybe. Do some uppers on this side and then some shelves on this side. But for the ceiling, I kind of like the concrete one. Here, hold on, but because I know it's supposed to be concrete, but it kind of has the illusion of knockdown ceiling. Wait, why does it look so yellow? Add this to the swatch. It looks really yellow. What the heck's going on? I don't like it. Why so yellow? Is it the time of day? Is it because we don't have any lights? Like, all of these have a yellow hue. This one of all of them shouldn't, like, even if I just go white, 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 it's still this color. That's so weird. I mean, we'll roll without it for now and just leave it as is. And uppers. See, the blue's kind of cute. I'm not mad about the blue. But if we do marble for the top and the handle, I think the one we're looking at is like a really light gold. That'd be like, try this one. Hey. Boop. Oh, I can't do it with this corner one because they're not the same. Marble and metal. Go. I might switch up the table and not do one with a tablecloth though. Okay, uppers. Wait. So we have shelves, and then I think they're just I don't know if these are supposed to be uppers in this photo or not, but they are white and they are kind of plain. We definitely have a shelf. Here, I'll put like here. I want a thicker one. Why are all these shelves so thin? I think they would look so much better if they had a little bit of heft to them. Wait, and you can't just make this shelf wood? Do any of the other ones do wood? Oh, this one does. Okay. We'll move... Actually, here. The color's fine. We'll move it over here. Okay, and then I will copy... and put it over here. Something like that. Oh, this one I aligned with the top, and the other one I was doing the bottom. Let's just bring her down. Something like that. I am scared if we do uppers, though, with the window, it's gonna look heavy. Or we could do this corner one. We need single versions of so many of these cabinets. I think a lot of them are just so large. Like, I don't mind this. This is kind of cute too with all the little panes of glass, but like if I wanted to do something similar on this side, I would have to go into the wall. Like nothing would fit over here. I actually don't think anything would fit over here. Or maybe then we do this. We, instead of, I know that the original plans had the shelving on this wall, but maybe we do the uppers here. And here, let me, I have an idea. We'll do this guy that goes above the fridge. I want to do a built-in. They need built-in fridge millwork so bad. I'd like to do something like this and then fit it in and have something like up the side almost. Or like this. But I think if I do this, it's gonna clip through the wall behind. Yeah, so that doesn't work. We're just gonna need this like weird floating guy. Is it weird if I stack them though? Does this just feel arbitrary? This is a little arbitrary. Hi Foxies, how's it going? How's the stream? It's good. I'm getting a little annoyed with the sizes of the components with InZOI, because trying to do a tiny house is hard when the cabinets are only set to be super wide or the shelves are set to be super wide. So we're doing what we can. But I think I have to abandon the idea of trying to do something like, we could just do, I guess, a cupboard like this over top. Maybe we'll do a simpler one above the fridge. Oh, I want to put a gable down the side so bad. I hate having fridge sides exposed. It just looks so off to me. Like, we could just do something like this. Because yeah, we have shaker on the bottom and this on the top. And then we could just like put shelves but like embed them in the walls so that they kind of, they're still half size, but they kind of just fit better. At least on this side we can do it. Like, I know we could do this. And then just put another one here. This is the shelf that isn't wood though, so I think I'm just gonna have to maybe make it like a white. Or, I mean, the paint color I guess could be the same hue that we've been trying to match for the wood. It's not giving the same effect though. I know I don't have a lighter wood texture in my arsenal here yet. Actually, wait, I have a plywood. Maybe if we scale the plywood down so that the grains aren't as prominent, it'll look a little bit better? Question mark? Oh my god, we're at an hour 27 though. Where did that plywood swatch go? Oh, I think it's this one. There's a few of them here. So if we scale it, no, it just kind of looks like, or like, yeah, no. No, it's too much wood grain. Well, did I pick a color for these? If we do white wood and then white wood, then I think these just have to be white, unfortunately. Oh, and again, if anyone knows why my ceiling is yellow toned, please let me know. I'm a little taken aback. I'm a little thrown off by it. Maybe there's something that we could hang on the wall from one of these. Like this guy. Well, I like putting them here. I have that same problem. Can't get it to be white. It's not a color problem because I can get white sheets on a bed. No, this is the only thing that I'm having problems with is the roof. Everything else seems to change color pretty okay. So I don't really know why it's that way. I don't know what the deal is. Here, I'm gonna see if I can embed these shelves and do some on the other side here, but I am worried they're a little bit too big. They'll stick through, yeah, see, they stick through the wall. I can't really even do them on this side. But I could size some stuff down that go on the wall. Hold on. Actually, this guy kind of fits too. We'll just do this here. And then is there another wall mounted thing that we could put here to make it just a little bit more practical? Oh, I also have the pots and the pans that I love using them. I almost wonder if it had to do with the ray tracing and light never directly hitting the ceiling. I will test it once I put pot lights in and stuff. Maybe when we change it to night mode and then we're using interior lighting, maybe that'll kind of correct it so that it doesn't, because maybe something with the sun. But yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Here. Actually, honestly, just to make it look loved in, I love this grid wall decor thing. Or like even something like this. Just fit above here. Just to like fill it out a little bit more, you know what I mean? And then, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do anything for window coverings. Cutting board, plant. I don't want to spend too much time cluttering the kitchen. And if we're doing kind of more of a coastal Scandinavian weird hybrid like that, then we do want it to be more simple anyways. Let me find stuff to put on the shelf. And then I'll just do this. And it's all white, so that's perfect. It's perfect. We could do a little... Do they have a tiny coffee machine, or all the coffee machines massive? Coffee pod machine? Oh, I hate that it has to sit like right on the... right at the front of the counter. I'd love to do a coffee machine and like kind of set it back in this corner and then put the mug tree beside it. But it's like, who does that in real life? No one. It's ugly. It's terrible. All of these appliances just sit in the worst spot. What is this? Oh, a juicer. The mixer? No. I hate where they all sit. We're just not going to do another appliance. They just... It's not good. It's not good. This is cute. Oh, the cutting boards are cute too. Hey, I'm a fan of the knife block in the corner. I can never stray. The person who developed the placement for kitchen objects is a serial killer. It's the same in Sims, actually, with the appliances on the counter like that. And it drives me freaking bananas, to be honest. Base. Here. Okay, like I said, I'm not cluttering the kitchen too much, so I'm gonna stop here. We're gonna move on and just try and bang out the rest of the house in half an hour. Okay, I want to figure out what we're gonna do for the table here. I think for the round one, this one's pretty nice. We'll just put it here. I'm trying to decide what color would be good. It'd be cute to do colored chairs, I think. Oh, it's only plastic. Wait, do we only have these like 3 options for round? Oh, there's also this one. Actually, I don't mind this one. Let's do this one. And I actually don't really even hate the color. I might just make it a little bit less orange. I'm scared of doing too much white. Okay, chairs. I want colored chairs, I think. This style is the most comfy I can speak from. Oh, yellow. Oh my gosh, that's our second accent color. We got it. I can speak from experience that these chairs are actually some of the most comfy dining chairs. Trisha's mom has similar ones to these, and they are the best. And I rotate this to be at a 45 so that our chairs are more like, yeah, like this. That just seems a little bit nicer for flow. I think it's cute. And then lights. I am kind of thinking, I do really like this kind of wickery style one. Where to go? This one? This one. The rattan pendant light. I think this is a good opportunity to use this. Can't tell if it's hanging above it directly or not, though. It looks a little bit off to me. Just like a hair. Like a little bit more this way. Perfect. And then some pot lights. We'll go here. I'll just kind of do them at like the quadrants, I guess. And be here. And I'll do one above the... So we'll do a sconce in the bathroom for sure. Bedroom, we'll do one probably more like in the middle here. Okay. I want to do a coat tree. Coat tree! Wait, there is a storage for it though. I've seen one. Here. This one. Kind of weird having a shirt on it though, instead of like a jacket. Just like a white pressed shirt. Okay. Okay, I guess so. I'll do curtains. Only in here though. Actually, I want them to be a blue, I think. Like the same color as outside, maybe. Okay. I can tell you too, this is not going to go well in Twinmotion trying to put in curtains. I don't get a lot of good options for drapery in my job. It would always drive us a little crazy when in projects they wanted to do anything with curtains. Oh, no, I want it. Oh, shit. Come back. They just always were so difficult to do. We've done like even just like curtains in bathrooms. Usually we just don't show it at all, and then it just ends up being like a specification instead. Yeah, this is kind of weird to me. I think if it were, since there's no window on this one, I think if it were me and I was doing this my way, I might even move the chair more this way. Just to create a little bit more like a window seat and an alcove. And then do the TV on this back wall. Come on. Bro. Okay, I'll do it. I'll copy it instead. Fine. There. And actually, I guess one more down. Like this way. It would definitely not be the most comfortable way to watch TV though, that's for sure. TVs, we'll do one that just like, oh, these are massive. Wait, is there one that just like, yeah. What's better? Somewhere around here? And to be honest, I'm not really gonna decorate too much. We can bring some plants inside though. Plant corner. I'm not even that mad about the color of the furniture, I'm gonna be real. Oh, but there was an area rug in here in the plans, right? They had a big area rug. So maybe I will throw that in. What would be a good one? Probably just like a plain old natural one. Actually, I don't even hate the round one. Wait. It's not bad. It's not bad. Maybe we do like... a bit more green. Like sage? I have one. Hold on. Actually, no, but we want the fiber pattern. Like that? 42. And art. Art. Literally keeping it the simplest thing ever. Like this? I want to put something here too, but I'm going to avoid it. Okay. A little computer desk in the hallway. I'll probably just do a laptop. Oh, actually, it's quite small. Oh my gosh. Big rig. Big rig. Laptop. Oh, this is a different build. It looks so cute. Thank you! Yeah, I don't know. Did you probably missed the end of the stream when we picked... It's kind of this house from Pinterest. It's definitely an AI house for sure. It's not real. I can tell from the physics of it that it's... And there's some weird scaling and stuff of it. But I think it's cute too. It's almost like Scandinavian meets coastal or something. I liked the vibe of it. So we'll try and get the inside fleshed out as much as possible. Now we're kind of on... Here, I'll do the bedroom really quick. What do we do even? See, the thing I think for the style of house that we're doing, I'm just going to keep it kind of this chantilly lace pretty much the whole way throughout. I guess even the floor would be pretty much the same throughout. I'll change it to maybe a tile in the bathroom, but it makes it really easy. The big theme of this was all kind of the wood hues and stuff. A frame. In this realm, painted wood. And oh, I need this side table here too. I want to have enough time to do the bathroom, so I don't want to spend long on the kitchen or on the bedroom. I don't want to. So I'm kind of thinking we'll do an art piece above here. And I'm okay with it being black, and then I want sconces on either side of the bed for lamps. Do wall lights. Even these ones are kind of cute. Which ones scream interior the most, though? These ones... These ones are so funny and cute, too. The little lanterns, I love them. Or honestly, like... Well, those might be better as bathroom lights. Bell-shaped. Or sometimes pendant lights can work as bedroom lights too, and they could be a cute vibe. Like kind of doing something in this realm. And the cool thing too is like if they're bedside lights like this, then they can go pretty low and not really be in the way. But we need one that is a good... Like this is too big with the two fixtures. We need one that's kind of just like one light. And right now that kind of seems to be this one. Or I guess this one, but I don't know if I like this one. Hold on, I'm going back to the first one. Yellow. I'll keep the doors to be a lighter wood probably too. Oops. There we go. All very light, all very light. And oh. See, okay, just for the accuracy, I will put a chair in the hallway, I think. Actually, maybe I'll do a stool. The most impractical seating ever. Just kidding. What would be like a good here? We'll just use this like minimalist dining chair and then just like force it here. It's so in the way though. Oh my god. I want to tuck it under. Can I not? Bro. Okay, fine. It stays there. The whole wall of the whole wall of the cabinet. There we go. And I'll do drapery too, and then we're doing the bathroom for the last 10 minutes. Oh my god. 2 hours goes quick. I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna have so much time to decorate. It's gonna be so easy. Just kidding. And honestly, I like for more minimal interior design like we're going for. You set a time limit for this one? Yes, because now after the 2 hour mark, we're going to switch to my architectural modeling software. We're going to make this same house in Revit and then render it in Twinmotion, which is also Unreal Engine like InZOI is. And I want to see visually how they compare. But I'm really nervous because I don't think I'm going to be able to finish it in the time limit in Revit because the last time I compared InZOI and Revit, what I compared was a kitchen design. The first one in Twinmotion and InZOI took me like 2 days, or sorry, Twinmotion took like 2 days to set up and render, and then InZOI took an hour and a half. So I wanted to start with InZOI because I knew we'd be able to finish it, and I'm also going to use what we do in InZOI as the basis of design for Revit. But yeah, no, I think that's good for this bedroom too. It's a very simple, minimal bedroom. I'll do the bathroom really quick, and then if we have some time to throw some clutter like plants and stuff down, then we can. And what I think I want to do for the bathroom is also just kind of like an organic modern bathroom, basically. So I'm okay keeping the wall. I actually don't mind the textured wall here, but what I will do maybe is do a tile kind of on these two. And I am just going to keep it a really classic subway. We're not getting too fancy here. Here. And this kind of around. Take. Here. This guy I want to be white porcelain. Very simple. I don't mind the color of the wood. I don't mind the color of the walls. But yeah, it's gonna be kind of interesting because I think I'll be able to model things in Revit faster but I think it's gonna be harder to do the any of the furniture and the cluttering stuff. I don't think is gonna go as smoothly. What's a good mirror? Maybe this one? This one's a good size. I want like a kind of organic looking one. I want this one, but like sized up. Actually, wait, we can do that. Oh yeah, I'm so happy it works so good with mirrors. Yes. There we go. Size up hack if y'all didn't know. It's the best. Yeah, we need a sconce. And because it's like in the corner here, I'd rather just do an above one. Like something like this. Actually, oh my gosh, this size hack is the best because I'm going to assume we'll do it again. We'll just, you know, shrink it. My issue with all of the geometry for the sconces to go above in bathrooms is that they're so freaking large. So I'm so happy we can fix that now. It's the best. The best. There we go. All right, nice. Floor. Okay, I actually would not mind a natural pebble floor, but I think the one that we have might just be a bit too organic looking. Like the pebble floors that go in bathrooms that I've seen that are really nice are usually really small. I mean, I guess it's not the worst. Also, crazy that this tub is white and this sink is white, but they're so different. Okay. Finish is all right for now. And then I'm gonna try the shower hack. There's a way that you can get a stand-up shower, and I think they made it even easier now with this one. Okay, it would be sick to be able to do... Tangible, were you the one telling me about doing curtain rods or curtains by putting a wall and then deleting the wall, but the curtains stay? I feel like this geometry might delete if I do that, though. Actually, the other thing we could try, maybe... I did see a glass in... I think it was... Was it the small home objects? There was a divider wall somewhere. Gallery partition. Okay, so there's these wood ones. But I thought there was a glass one. Oh no, this one's the short one. It'd be cool if we could just fake a half shower wall or something with an object. I just don't know which would be a good candidate for that. And the problem is that we have 6 minutes. So maybe we just put a bath mat down in here and some shelving or like a upper above this and then call it call it. Like we could just do like something like this. Oh, thank you so much, Tangible. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. We just do something like this, maybe? Is this the best one? Or do we... I think this is the best one. Yeah, I kind of like... Actually, this one's kind of cool too, because we can maybe put stuff on it. But then if we make the handle at least black matte, then it'll match the... this one down here. And bath mat on the floor. And then with the last 4 minutes, I'm just gonna throw some plants down. And that's literally my priority, is to get plants on the ground. all good. Made a mess while eating. My hands were dirty. I couldn't say hi to Foxy. Okay, let's size this bath mat up. Okay. And what color should we do? I might do green in here. I think a green mat would look really nice, but more like olive, you know what I mean? Like a bit more of a natural green, not a super vibrant one. Just in like this realm. Okay. And oh no, I want to move it a little bit more this way. There we go. I know there's also the towel rack now. How big is it? Oh, there's this one too, which is a big one. Big one, big one. Oh, this one's actually quite nice as well. I could have used this instead, but I digress. This guy, like, it's kind of small. Here. Okay. Where are we at? 3 minutes. Okay, we're doing plants. That's priority. That's the priority. Just throwing down plants. This guy's one of my favorites, so we'll put him in the corner. And let's put a little plant on the shelf in here. Can you fit? Tulips? Oh, this is really small tulips. Some of them are just like so tiny. I mean, I guess what we could do is also scale it up. Just a little bit. Okay, so we have our plant in the corner here, and then maybe I'll just do one more hanging guy. I guess we could just put one back here maybe, and then I'll call it, and that is pretty much at our 2-hour mark for this build. I like this guy, but he's small. What do we do by the window? Actually, I like this this guy too, but this guy would also be better bigger. Boop. That's size. Meow. And oh, one more hanging plant and then I'm done. One more. Oh, there's this guy. Actually, I like him in kitchens sometimes, above windows. But this one. Here. Yep, that's it. I'm gonna call it at this stage for this build. So is that henna on your arm or is it a tattoo? This one? It's a tattoo. I have a full 3/4 sleeve. It was freehand actually. I wanted a tattoo that was kind of specifically about embracing the flow of life. So I found an artist who specializes in freestyle freehand, and I was like, do whatever you want. How much did that cost? About $2,500 in the end, I believe. But yeah, this is it. This is where it landed. Can we get the same angle as the AI? Like, almost. Very close. I hate how the shadows are so dark under here, though. I wish that there was a way that we could kind of, like, I guess even just, like, doing it like this. But, I mean, for having a really shitty roof situation in InZOI, I think we did a pretty okay job at getting it, like, relatively in the same vein. I have some thoughts about how I would improve it if I were spending more time just making it better, but soon enough I'll convert you to actually building in the world. I think it would be better to do that, yeah. I'd like to do that with the next more intentional build that we do. Once we're done the farmhouse, the one I want to do after that, I'd like to do it in the world. Because it seems like there's also way less issues. Yeah, I'm going to stop our timer. Oh, we'll reset it. But yeah, it seems like there is way less issues. It seems like even like some of the graphical stuff, like when you overlaid the cabinets and then the flickering was happening. If that doesn't happen when you're actually in game, that would be so nice. But yeah, here it is. Hold on, here's the floor plan. So we got it pretty close. It worked out pretty good, actually. With a little living room here, the kitchen here, bedroom back here, and the bathroom. So if we just go to walk through it, hold on. I just kind of want to see how it feels from the inside now. Boop. Like, I think it's a cute little tiny space. I'd live here. I'd live here. That's so cool. I love colorless tattoos. It's like leaving a space for future creativity. If you ever have a kid or get bored, they can color on your arm. Oh my god, that's such a good idea. I'm 1000% stealing that idea. If I ever have kids. It's just the light from the ray tracing bouncing back in a bit up from the ground. Yeah, it's okay. Hold on, how does it look at nighttime? See, yeah, the ceiling looks proper at nighttime. So it's pretty well lit. I think it's cute. Like getting the sun and the shadows and stuff. Whoop. Whoop. Then this side. I think having the TV a bit off center of the wall bothers me a little bit, but I think it's a cute little house. Also, these windows are very massive though, but and I think if I had a bit more time, I would have maybe did like a bookshelf or something in this corner, but that's okay. We only had 2 hours, so little closet in the hallway. How's the bedroom feel? The most excessive amount of closet wall. These closet walls are actually sick in real life though. If you can get a proper designed closet system, even from IKEA, like IKEA actually is more than enough. They're so much better in my opinion than walk-in closets actually. Just because everything's easily accessible. And it's easier to put stuff away. But maybe I should just go into photo mode. I'm trying to do this in the game mode. Here we go. Boop. There we go. Yeah. I think it's cute. I'd live here. I didn't do the ceiling in this room though. We forgot. I'll fix it. Thanks for reminding me. It's all right for 2 hours. Obviously, we could do so much more. That's the one thing I think where InZOI thrives is you could just get so caught up doing anything you want with cluttering and decor. Oh, the light clips and the same with the ceiling in here. We didn't do it in here either. But I think it turned out pretty cute. I kind of fuck with plaster walls in bathrooms. The only way that I'm doing a plaster wall in my house though is if I know that I'm going to live in the house for a really long time, because I think plaster is a bitch to take off if you decide that you want to do something else. Like it's just better to take it off entirely and just re-drywall. But honestly, for 2 hours ain't bad. For 2 hours ain't bad. I'm a little afraid for Revit how far we're going to be able to get with this. But here we go. I'll gear up to switch softwares. When I make this switch, we're gonna hard cap at 2 hours. I'm not gonna go over, and however far we get, I will probably actually finish it a little bit more intently off stream, because I do still want to give them a fair comparison or a fair comparison. That's what I'm just trying to say. I want to give them a fair comparison, but the one thing like with the 2 hour time limit is just like again, I'm able to do this in InZOI in 2 hours. How far do I get in my software in 2 hours? And how much more time do I need to bring it to this level of detail? Because InZOI is so good at cluttering and making spaces look lived in. So come to find out, plaster has a lot of trouble with acidity, and water is 2 parts hydrogen and pure acid is pure hydrogen. pH literally stands for pure hydrogen. So steam can sometimes react with plaster and it doesn't do well in really moist environments. Okay, so no plaster in the bathroom. Noted. Noted. I'll just only do it in like a hallway or something. Okay, let's save this. I haven't even saved this yet. Good thing we didn't crash the game. I'm just gonna call it, I know it's not really coastal, but I'm calling it Coastal Tiny House because it kind of just gives me the vibe in the photo. Save. And if anybody wants this on the canvas just because, let me know and I can upload it. This is just like a little quick crapshoot. It is kind of a cute house though. I feel like it would be kind of fun to play with as long as the geometry works together. I've only had 1 crash in 140 hours of gameplay, and that build was lagging from so much custom content. See, yeah, I also haven't had crash issues, but I've talked to people that have had a lot of crash issues. Wait, no, hold on. I don't want to close this though, because I'm going to reference it for when we get into Revit. So I'll keep this open so that we can just like look at what the cabinets look like, look at what the sink looks like, and all of that stuff. I might grab some water though before we hit this next one. But okay, so this is InZOI. Now welcome to Autodesk Revit. Welcome to my software. Hold on, where do I put the timer? So like as an example for what a finished project looks like, let me just open my tiny house because I haven't done that in a minute. I'll show you what a finished project looks like. This is Autodesk Revit. This is what I use in my job. Web browser, come here. Let me just fix where I want to put everything. And then take a quick hydration break, grab some water, and send it in this one. Now I'll do all of the 3D modeling first, and we pretty much have to model everything down to furniture, down to all of, well, for the most part, the clutter we'll do in Twinmotion and the finishes we'll do in Twinmotion. So there's a few bug reports of hot patches and on Steam from crashes with AMD cards that they just fixed. I wonder, yeah, like, does it have to do with how your computer's built, or does it have to do with how beefy your computer is? Because it seems like, yeah, some graphics cards have different issues than others and stuff, right? Yeah, but this one's pretty finished. I wonder if I have an interior, do I have an interior view of like what the kitchen even looks like? Actually, here, I can just show you in the section mode. Section box. Nope. Nope. Ah. Yeah, so we have like all of our millwork in our kitchen model and stuff. I'm probably actually going to take a lot of this stuff from this tiny house and just repurpose it for what we're doing in the new file. Usually more how it's built if it's modern specs. Oh, okay, that's fair. Understandable. Thank you, Krish. Thank you. So yeah, this is my tiny house design that we've done for most of our build planners, but we're going to start a new one. And it is entirely from scratch. My game runs good. When I add CC, it lags, so I can only run it on medium settings too. Usually only ultra for photos. Oh, okay, that's fair. Yeah, the CC lags me hard. I think I want it. Okay, I need to push the limits of my PC because I haven't really had any InZOI lags yet. It's tricky though with our farmhouse build because that's like a pretty decent sized build, but we're not like I'm proactively not using any CC in it because I want to be able to upload it to Canvas. So I almost need to do just like a side YOLO build where we hold on, I'm changing my category. Okay, I never know what to change my category to whenever we do Revit stuff. You have the PC that's capable of building the full 30-story skyscraper. So it'll take a lot to test it then, is what you're saying. We can push it. Here, I'm just gonna jump out of... I'm going to art. We're going to art. And YouTube, we're going to entertainment. Okay. The day you start that build, you're going to go for a full year on it. I don't know if I have the attention span to do a full year build. She's too ADHD. I'm too ADD for that. Okay, I'm gonna grab some water and then we'll reset this timer and then we'll start doing this exact same house as much as we can in 2 hours. So I'll be right back. Oh, hello. She's out of focus. We get... Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna preface this by stating while I try and get this focus to work. Excuse me. Are we good? There we go. Just like shove my face in the camera to make it focus. I'm gonna preface by stating that Revit is a lot more technical than InZOI, and there is things that I have to do in it that are maybe gonna require a bit more concentration than InZOI. So I'll do my best to yap, but there's a good chance I might have to concentrate. Especially primarily on just like some of the initial set up, because for Revit to transfer into Twinmotion, is this the program you use for work? It is. Yes, it is. So in order for Revit to transfer into Twinmotion, which is the 3D rendering software built off of Unreal Engine, once I boot that up and you'll see what it looks like. You'll be able to, it'll be interesting, I think, to compare the graphics of Twinmotion to the graphics of InZOI. They actually, in my opinion, look quite similar. But I have to do a lot of very meticulous material management in this software so that when I bring it into Twinmotion, the materials actually work properly on all of the components and stuff in the 3D model. So I'm nervous for, I'm very positive we're not going to finish this in 2 hours. I have to hard stop at 2 hours though, because I have people coming over. So we'll do what we can. And if we don't finish, then I'll finish offline and you just have to watch the YouTube video after. That's all. That's all. All right, we send it. Now, like I can, if you have questions about how the software works and want to know, I can explain what I can as I go. The one thing I'm gonna note as well though, I'm going to do this very similar to sorry, I'm going to do this to accurate dimensions in real life, and I'm going to use real life dimensions as reference, like counters are 2 feet deep, closets are 2 feet deep, like counter height is 3 feet, things like that. So something to, I guess, take note of, because the what's the word, the scaling of things is going to probably be more confined and a little bit more realistic than InZOI. Love the thought process as you go. I'll narrate as I go. Hi, Decorista. How are you? Hello. Welcome, welcome. You're catching me using my real life software today. Hold on. Wait, I need to see the... I'm just trying to figure out where I want to put... It's going to change color because I'm putting this on my second monitor, but I need to see the dimensions as I go this time, because it actually matters what I use. Sorry, interior partition. We'll do 138 and we'll go from the center line. So what I do instead of InZOI, we're actually going to just like place all of the geometry. We're going to do the walls first. Fortunately, this is a really simple build. I definitely overshot this. This is crazy large, my bad. It's always walls first, then windows and doors, and then finishes, and then furniture and cluttering and stuff last. The one thing I'm seeing, I'm gonna change my dimensions quick so that you guys can actually, I don't know if you're Europe or if you're America, but Canada uses the metric system for our construction drawings, but then we use imperial for our trades, and it's the most annoying thing because we use almost interchangeably both. My brain kind of works in both. So sometimes I'll have both showing. I want feet in fractional inches. There we go. Here we go. Like, look at how much I'm overshooting this already. This bathroom is only 7 foot 9 inches. The cool thing about my software though is I could just start typing it and it'll work. Oh, why is that wrong? 3 foot 6 inches. There we go. Look at how much tinier it is. Oh my gosh, I made this so massive. This is crazy. 8 foot 2. Wait, that's so tiny for this. Okay. 8 foot 2. I mean, I guess it is a tiny house, so what did I expect? And then some things will fall into place. I don't think we have the dimension of the depth of the kitchen, for example. But we have this dimension is 4 foot 9 inches, which is also really small. I'm pretty sure a bathtub is 5 feet long. Does anyone know? Correct me if I'm wrong. And usually when I do 9 foot 5 inches, there we go, and 10 foot 2. Usually when I do 3D modeling on stream, I like to try and do it mostly in isometric or 3D so that you can kind of see what's happening. Oops. All the walls should only go up to level 2. Level 2 I'm going to make sure is 7 feet. There we go. 5 feet is about right for tubs. Yeah, this feels 4 foot 9 inches feels a little bit small, but like, okay. Here, I'm just gonna put this in the middle. There are some 54 inches to 58 inches. I'm trying to think, is 5 feet? Why am I blanking? That's 60 inches, right? So, okay, so that's a little bit smaller then. So we can work with that. Oh, the one thing I'm gonna do now that I'm thinking about it, because this tiny house is on a foundation to get the patio as well. And then this is now where we can actually start guesstimating how high the patio is off the ground, because usually a step upwards is like 7 to 8 inches. So I'll maybe make the patio height 14 inches. 60 inches standard. Okay, thank you. So what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to change this and add some levels. We're going to do a site. We're going to keep our level 2 then at 7 feet plus 14 inches. Actually, I guess it'd be 8 feet. Sorry. 8 feet is conventional ceiling height. There we go. Now I'll add another level. Why can't I add one this way? Fine. I'll just do it this way. 14 inches. There we go. Now this will be proper level 1. Why did it say it was taken? There we go. Okay, so now this guy will change it because it'll go from main level up to level 2. So now it's off the ground. And then we'll have to do like a separate... I don't know how I want to model the deck. I could just do it as a solid mass. Level 1, we'll do a floor. Yeah, it is, in a way, pretty simple. I kind of joke that I play The Sims for a living. I'm gonna make a new floor type. One sec. I don't even know. Oh yeah, you'll see some of my windows. Generic subfloor. And I'm gonna make this only 2 inches thick. Can you see my materials browser? No, you can't. Material management, and this is the tedious part, and I'm sorry. I apologize in advance because I have to... It doesn't capture on my window for some reason. For future streams... Oh, I should have did this for this stream. I want to do display capture on my second monitor of Revit so that you guys can actually like see every window that pops up, because there's so many pop-ups. Construction... Or... Okay. Lots of tedious information management. Now I want this to be on the main level, so now we just boop. But yeah, like I joke all the time that it's like I play Sims for a living, because like we have all of the like walls, doors, windows, columns, roofs. Like there's little icons for all of them. They all kind of function as you would expect them to. I guess the difference being those you actually have to set up the actual families yourself, whereas in Sims they're like preloaded and you don't have to worry about that part. These Revit bills are your views from one drawing. I have not used it in years. Yeah, like with Revit builds, all of your views are from the one model. Yeah. So then like anytime you change something, I'm actually going to change this to consistent colors so you guys can see how the geometry and the shadows are starting to form with it. But look at how small it is compared to the InZOI one. Just felt so massive. And then this is just tiny guy. This is just tiny guy. But it's cool because then like we have all of these views here, like we have elevations. They don't look interesting yet. Once you set up more things, we have like our floor plans, but then you can kind of create your separate views off of it. And then whenever you change in the 3D model, it changes in every single construction drawing view. It's quite smart. I hate families. They're complicated. Yeah, once you know how they work, but I build them professionally, so the learning curve is crazy. I really like the way it snaps out floor plans so easy. I will refuse to work with companies that don't use this software. I have looked at, like, headhunters have reached out and stuff asking me to apply for other firms in the past, but then they don't use this or they don't use any 3D modeling software. And I'm like, nope, sorry, not working with you. Not working with you. Yeah, we'll do doors and windows, and then we're gonna do, actually here, I'll do the deck quick first. I applaud you. I mean, yeah, I have, when did I start using Revit? I started using Revit in 2009 or 2010. In the very early iterations of it. I've been using it for years. I'm gonna keep this generic subfloor. We're gonna make the deck off of this too. So we are 8'2". What I love is just being able to type the dimension and then it just is there. So we need 19. Oh, this is, oh, I guess it's a plus. And it does formulas, so I could do 19. I have to do brackets though. 19 feet 7 inches. Plus 8'2". There we go. And then, oh yeah, we even have dimensions. Okay, so 8'2" plus 11'4". There we go. Woohoo! I used to make floor plans in Microsoft Paint, and wow, this is so much better. There's, okay, so I just Googled it. Is it really $3,000 a year, $380 a month? Hi, Divbugs! Revit costs 2 arms. It's expensive as fuck. Yeah, it's a very expensive software. I do it professionally, so I can justify the cost. But no, a good alternative is, if you're interested in learning 3D modeling and want a cheaper alternative, SketchUp is, I guess, the next best in line in terms of 3D. It's not as good as Revit though. I hate modeling in SketchUp because it is what's vector based? Is that the word I'm looking for? How do I explain this? I used to know this explanation. Revit works in 90-degree angles and in planes, but it, like, everything is solid geometry and it knows what it is. But SketchUp, you have to create the solid geometry. It's more tedious by, like, extrusions and stuff. Whereas I could just model a wall and it's a wall. Here we got our, do I have columns preloaded? Here, I'm gonna just load a square architectural column quick. Oh wait, oh, I do have one. 457's really big. How big do we think these columns are if we're looking at the photo? That's probably an 8x8 or a 6x6. I'm gonna say it's a 6x6 column, which means that is a 5.5 by 5.5. Dimensional lumber size. Whoops. I Actually, this looks really small. I think this is too small. I'm gonna go 8 by 8. I have a degree in CAD and Revit architectural design, but I've had less use for it professionally. I use SketchUp mainly for cost as an independent operator. Yeah, so most of the freelancers that I know use SketchUp. And then you can pay for the SketchUp Pro, which is not as bad. Here, 7.5 inches by 7.5 inches is an 8 by 8, 190. I should rename this. Me and my tedious information management, don't mind me. There we go. Okay. I think that's better. So if I get this to go from site up to level 2, then if we go into our floor plans, we can actually line these up proper. The nice thing about this as well is we're actually going to be able to align these proper. Only Pro? I'd like to try Pro because I know that's the way that you get construction documentation, right? You not get a discount off from your work? That's nuts. I will not discuss the nature of my Revit license. But no, AutoCAD doesn't give discounts unless you're a student. Unfortunately. SketchUp is a lot more affordable. If I recall, it's only... Is it like 300 and something a year? I think. Which is kind of crazy to me. I kind of think Revit should go the way that a lot of... Here, like, who am I thinking of a good example? Well, actually, Twinmotion is a great example. Twinmotion is a free software until you hit a certain threshold. So is Unreal Engine, so is Blender, actually. I think... Is Unreal Engine free? Blender is. Once you hit a certain income threshold, then you have to start paying. I import CAD, which helps. No discount since I was a student. Yeah, they only give students discounts. Is it $350 a year, right? For SketchUp instead of a month? Which is insane cost difference. Makes so much more sense. I think that Revit or like Autodesk is doing itself a disservice by making Revit so inaccessible to people. I think it would be much better for them if they introduced some kind of like independent operator or like independent freelancer like tier that was more affordable for the person that's just working alone. Like they used to have, or they still have Revit Lite, but it's still really expensive. Unreal Engine is free. Yeah, see, I don't know. I just think they're doing themselves a disservice. It makes me so sad because the amount of people that I think if they could just learn it, try it, do it as a hobby, like there's so many people that I've talked to that have said that they'd love to learn how to use this software, but the barrier to entry is just crazy. Here, let me just... And I don't know... We're probably going to block this off and cover it with something. We raised about $650, so I want to try Unreal 5 again for visualization. Do you prefer that over Twinmotion? Because Twinmotion is developed more for architectural visualization in mind. Whereas Unreal is more all-encompassing for like animation and game dev stuff. Because Twinmotion's also free. I will be using that actually once we are done 3D modeling this. I'm trying to decide if I want to make a little foundation wall to put all the way around. I think I am going to. I think that'll make the most sense. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a new wall type. If I duplicate it, I'll call it exterior. Actually, Actually, we'll do a foundation wall, and then we're gonna do a deck wraparound wall. Actually, wait, no, it's... Oh, you can't see it in the photos, so I don't know if it's the same or not. I have used Twinmotion. So how come you are more partial to Unreal Engine over Twinmotion? I'm just curious. We'll most likely use that for workflow. Yeah, I like Blender too. There's tons of tutorials out there. I just mess around with it for fun though. Here, we'll do a... Oh, there's so many layers of this here. We just need one. We're just gonna do a concrete foundation layer, and we're gonna make it 8 inches thick because that's how it's poured. I need to make a new material called foundation. Mind me. I haven't updated my Angorabuilds template in a really long time. I was using it for... Here we go. I was using it for 3D modeling and planning my real life house renovations. We haven't done anything in Revit in so long. I haven't had to... Main level, base is site. We're gonna go from the wall. And here. Now I can just pick lines and just boop. And now it'll just automatically... I'm just gonna do this foundation wall the whole way around. It's a little overkill, but here we go. Like we're just trying to get it to look right. We're not actually building this house, so... Seeing the prices of all this actually makes InZOI that much more impressive. Oh, 100%. Like, don't use InZOI for real project work. Just use it for schematic planning or inspiration. But, oops. Oh, no, I need my top offset. One sec, I did the wrong. I'm just trying to make these not overlap. There we go. And this guy, same thing. But yeah, and usually when I'm, there we go, that's better. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna place the doors and the windows next, and then we'll do the roof. And then I think finishes and then cabinets. So I'm just going to use generic Autodesk products or generic Autodesk families. I might have, well, maybe I have some doors and stuff that we can use, because the style of window is not one that I ever had to use for commercial office interiors. Surprise. Surprise. So actually they have some preloaded ones here. Let me see. Insert, load Autodesk family. Can you see? You can't see. Sorry. I need to do display capture so that y'all can see all of my windows, because it is a little more interesting. But I'll pick fast. Don't mind me. There's 3 in a row. I think this one's perfect. Here. So it's small, but the cool thing is that we can resize this. Do I have the approximate size? 8'3" is the extent of this. I'm trying to decide how big I want to make this window, because there maybe it's like a foot on either side, like a 6-foot window, and it's quite tall. Like if you look at the image of it, maybe 4 by 6. Now I should just edit it. No InZOI for shop drawings. I currently do them all by hand for the main company I'm working for. Revisions sucked out. Wait, you're doing drawings by hand? I applaud that. That's crazy. Oh, actually here, we have it. It's a size 1810 by... There we go. Okay. I actually think we can make it taller. This looks short. Let's go 5 feet. We're going 5 feet. 15, 25. And it's gonna get really... Oh, did the height not change? Did the height not change? No. And I actually might do 6.5 feet wide. It's a weird size, but I mean, I think this fits better. And then the sill height, 2.5 feet? No, too tall. 2 feet? See, I'm looking at... Hold on, let's go. I'm just looking at the height of it. It's to the... well, it's to the back of the chair. That's like 30 inches. Big? Yeah, big windows. They got big windows. Time seems to be going much slower watching you do this versus InZOI. It's way more meticulous. Like, to be honest, if I'm gonna make a prediction, I think we're mostly gonna finish the 3D modeling today in the 2-hour window. And then the actual twin motion part is gonna have to be a future stream, unfortunately. Which kind of sucks. But I don't know, I'm not gonna be here next Friday because I am on a trip for a family thing, and so I'll probably finish it next Sunday. Okay, I will say, if we only finish the 3D modeling stuff today and I don't get to twin motion on stream, I will stream twin motion and do another 2-hour timer for that. Just because I think it would be really fun to share what twin motion looks like in contrast to InZOI. Okay, and then we have a small window above in the bathroom, and then these weird shitty AI windows above the kitchen. So what I think I'm gonna do, hold on, I'm gonna go to my tiny house because they have a similar style of window, and I'm gonna take, I think I'm gonna take these ones. Hold on. I don't know, is this considered cheating? I don't really think so, because I do this in my projects all the time. But this is the similar setup to what I think they're trying to do, where it's like there's a kitchen sink right behind these windows. So I'm just gonna take these and bring them in. They're in here somewhere. Same game engine for both. Yes, exactly. That's why I wanted to compare both, and I wanted to show it. I want to make a video about it because I think it's really cool to just compare and contrast. I was saying earlier, I've posted... Actually, okay, no. This is too much. I'll just stick with one. And I don't know where the sink is going to land, but I'm going to make the sill height for this one, which is how high it is. I'm going to make it the exact counter height so that it's like... Should adjust. Wait, why does it look wrong? Why do you look like that? Hold on. This, the top here, should be 3 feet. There we go. That's accurate. But yeah, I've posted TikToks with twin motion in it talking about InZOI and twin motion being the same engine, and people have asked me how to do things in InZOI that I've done in twin motion. Specifically, I had a backsplash in a kitchen. People were like, oh my god, how do you get a backsplash? I'm like, oh, sorry, it's not the same. It's not the game. It's not the game. I should have clarified, but I didn't. But I did not. The window in the bathroom here, I'm just gonna insert a really small, basic, frameless one. It'd be really cool if you could mod in twin motion made house shells into InZOI. Oh, if you could mod in twin. See, I think the problem is the scaling of things. Like, you can even see in contrast, like once we do a side-by-side comparison, the scaling in InZOI is very weird. So like components in InZOI need so much space. Sorry, I think I want like a similar size to this probably, but the other way around. Here, I need to make a fixed type. One sec. I'm gonna do how wide? Maybe 30 inches wide. Is it 765? By 457. Foot and a half. I'm just trying to convert metric to imperial and imperial to metric in my head. Don't mind me. And we want 1.5 feet, 457, and then the width we're gonna go 2.5 feet, 762. I was close. But I think if you imported something from Revit into InZOI, like even just how the clearance around the doors, how much space you need in doors in InZOI is crazy. And the one thing, and I talked about this extensively in my video, InZOI is kind of a one-stop shop. Here, I'm just gonna save this before I forget because I don't want to lose it. We're gonna make a 2506. Tiny home postal. Wait. Oh. I would CC scale hack it to like the whole house and just make the whole house bigger. Because yeah, the tricky thing, like you'll see, I think a great example is going to be when I put the doors in here, and you'll see how the doors with the closets and the office desk at the end of the hall will, I'm gonna speculate, will fit much nicer. I don't know the width of the doors, if they even show them. Conventional doors in modern homes are usually 3 feet wide if they're taking up a lot of space, but then when you get to space saving spots, space saving like layouts, then it goes down more, sometimes as low as 2.5 feet. So we have flexibility with the doors. I'm actually gonna load a nicer one though, because we just have the ones that I have. Which ones? Wait, hold on. Did I use doors? I think I used doors in here that are very similar. These ones. Oh, it's a pocket door though. Or there's these ones, which are louvered doors. Actually, I kind of like the louvered ones. Hold on. It does have a transom on the bottom though. I'm gonna try it. We'll see. We'll see how these louvered doors work. Exterior 36 Savage, interior 28 to 32. Oh, thank you, thank you. I thought they were starting to do modern homes that are not tiny sizes, still with 36 doors, even in hallways and stuff. Or like... Oh, here, let me... Oh no, the door height. Are you fixed? Oh, this is a really messy family. Hold on. Oh, I can change the width. Let's just do 32 inches. And I want to see if I can turn the transom off. One sec. Oh, why is your face going so in the ground? See, because we don't want this. Big step in the other house. Yeah, so the tiny house design, yes, there is a big step up to the bedrooms, and that's because, here, if I hide this back wall, there's a strategy to be able to stand in the loft. The corridor that you can walk along is kind of along the edge of the house where you don't need full head height. So you'll see the washer and dryer here, the toilets here. But even still, you still need to step up from here to here just to get that clearance underneath. This is average, but custom doesn't follow those standards. Okay, fair. That's so fair. Yeah, no, I'm primarily commercial background, so I'm very familiar with commercial building codes. I am on some multi-family residential projects coming up soon, though, so I think I'll be learning a lot more about the residential building codes. I want this transom turned off. Can I turn it off in this family, please? If it's fixed in here, I'm gonna use a different door. Okay, no. I'll get a different one. I'm trying not to spend too much time looking for components and families to use, unfortunately, because that can eat up, like, you could get stuck for hours looking for, here, I need interior. You can get caught up for hours looking for models and families that you want to put in places. So, wait, the interior ones kind of suck. Wait, oh no. Hold on, let me just load my own, I guess. That'll be fun. I feel like I missed the commercial trend. Well, I don't like it. So I came from commercial offices before. Oh, not render materials. I need... Here are my families. Do I got some doors that I want to use? Single swing. I might use the solid panel, I guess. Not as nice. Or we could modify this one really fast. Actually, here, I'll just do this. This is easier. I kind of like the louver look. The commercial train. Here, let's just take this. I'm just going to quickly apply a parameter to this that will allow me to turn it on or off. Ransom on. I'll make it go. I should have just did this from the start. But yeah, because I know it's pretty easy to select doors and windows and everything in InZOI. It's fast. There we go. This even has hardware on it, I think. Why does it look... Oh, it's got a lock on it. Oh, it's because I think it's supposed to be... Is this supposed to be an exterior door? Here, let me just turn off the... I'm just gonna turn all this stuff off. I don't care. This probably swings inward this way. And then I'm gonna give this at least a 28-inch clearance, maybe this way? Oh no, we want these to be the same. Here, let's do this one first then. Create similar. This one will go over here, and this way, and then this way. And usually I need a 4-inch. The inside here. Okay. So how much does that leave us with here, though? Like 1'10". This is too shallow for the countertop. Well, okay, you can do 18 inches deep for vanities, right? But if I want to have the closet system on the other side, I want at least 2 feet, I think. 24 inches. Oh, come on. I'll move this. We can get that here. So I might end up adjusting this. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Ty. These are only 2 doors, so that's easy. I mean, in a real life scenario, the louvers would be very impractical because I don't think they would block sound very well. It'd only be like a little bit private. But that's it for doors. That's it for windows. Oh wait, we need our front sliding door. Duh. Let me see if Autodesk has one, because again, I don't do resi, so my libraries don't really have a lot of it. We want... Maybe I could just swap it for a double door if I have to. Well, I don't have to though. Hold on. No? Okay. Let me check my library. Let me check my library. I don't know if I have... I don't have a sliding door. Shit. I have to find one. Okay. BIMobject.com is the best library in my experience with finding 3D models for Revit. This is also something when I start... I don't know if this is going to get me in trouble. When I start sharing details or information about how to find 3D models that you can put into Blender, that you can put into InZOI, libraries like BIMobject.com, you can theoretically take these and then put them into into Blender to put into InZOI. So, one sec. I know I'm gonna have to log in though. Hold on. I forget my password, so hold. Continue. See, this is what I didn't want to take up too much time though. I forgot we had a sliding door. Oh no, they're updating their accounts. Skip for now. I don't really think it's fair to spend my 2 hours just trying to find a sliding door that we want to use. Also, sorry, my resolution is crazy. Here we go. Sliding glass door. The problem with this website though is that a lot of them are meant for larger projects and often not residential projects, but I'll probably just use something simple like this one. I just need to make sure that I can actually get a 3D model of it, because sometimes they have these... You select all. Yeah, see, sometimes they... I don't want the AutoCAD. I don't want the materials and textures. I just want the Revit. And I want the Revit family. There's a .rbt, which is like all of their doors, I think. But then this one here, the .rfa, is just the family. So now I will open it separate to my project. And I might need to clean it up. I want to see what it looks like. I want to see it if it looks good. One moment. Back. Here we go. Okay. I'm just gonna look at some things like how many frickin' parameters are in here. Actually, this is pretty clean. How many types are there? Okay. I'm just going to just delete some information. Like, I don't want to import all of this stuff. I'm just gonna delete all of it. I could purge it. I could purge it too. I'm doing it the tedious way. But this should be good. If I go to the properties, I just want to make sure, yeah, like the frame material I can change and the glass material I can change. So that should be good. I'm gonna I'm gonna risk it. Let me just save this quick. Or... Double door. Well, it's not really a double door. It's kind of a single door, but like what? It's a double door, but one half of it slides. I don't know. I'll just call it a patio, sliding patio door. There we go. How long does it take to find new assets? It could take as long or as short as you want. It just depends on how picky you are. Sometimes it's better to just wave the white flag and 3D model them from scratch. That's the one thing I definitely want to avoid, though. I don't want to have to 3D model any of these assets from scratch. Also, my dog is going crazy. We'll chill for a second. This is way too tall. Hold on. I think 90. Oh, here. Okay. One sec. I'm just gonna go check on my dog. I'm gonna pause the timer though. I'll be right back. Hello. Our company is starting to arrive, and I think we're expecting like 15 to 20 people. So periodically my dog might lose it. But I'm here, I'm chilling, I'm finishing the full hour. So we will keep at it. Getting this door to fit. So here, let's get the timer going again. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think. Like, where were we at? We were almost done modeling all of the geometry in like 45 minutes or something, I think, with InZOI, right? Here where, like, I'm just at the doors, and when we get to finishes is actually the most tedious part because I have to 3D model them, basically. I have to make little walls for the floor finishes and the wall finishes, and each one has to be its own separate type so that Twinmotion can categorize them and separate them accordingly. So I'm gonna expect we're gonna have our 2-hour 3D modeling stream, and then we're gonna have the 2-hour Twinmotion stream next week to follow, which it is what it is. It's so good. It's so good. I'm trying to decide if I want to make this door wider or not, because I'm looking at the plan here. Where's my plan? I lost it. It disappeared. Here it is. I need it on this other monitor. I mean, okay, so actually this is probably good because I think here I'm gonna try and do a 2-foot clearance here to do what we did in the InZOI model and do a kind of storage closet place to put your stuff at the front door, shoes, whatever. I'm disregarding the AI here, so I'll maybe make this also 28 inches just to have the clearance that we want. Which I think from here to here is not that bad. I do need to change the material to be glass though, because these are all... Wait, are they all the same? Here, let me just copy... Oh, the material is just called glass. But I think what I'll do, I think this works out really well in regards to showing y'all what Twinmotion looks like, because I will... Honestly, I will do a lot of the material management and information management off stream. Like, I'll set everything up so that it's just ready to go in Twinmotion when we get there. Then you don't have to watch me like duplicate name material, duplicate name material, duplicate name material, and just like, because it's the tedious part of of 3D modeling, I will say. I really like it with my job because I akin it to, I mean, we're in the art category, I guess, so I akin it to drawing or painting, where I can put on a podcast. I don't have to think about it. I can just head empty, do whatever I want. Okay, so we do have a little wall that offshoots that I missed. Here, let's go back to the 2D view. Like, it's kind of just gonna be a little offshoot somewhere here. Maybe I'll make this 4 feet. That this kind of is just, or maybe 4.5 feet will be better. I'll start with 4 feet. We'll see how the cabinets fit. And then we'll go from there. But this is the plan. This is the shell. I think what I'll do is I'll do the roofs quick, and then we'll actually get to the cabinets and stuff. We'll just do one ceiling type throughout. So here, I'll go to the ceiling view. It's very boring. It'll be like this. Just like this. Let me place a ceiling. We want... Make sure it is, yep, exactly what I want it to be. And we'll do 8 feet off the ground. And I'm just gonna make everything the same ceiling. It's the simplest thing to do. I need to make sure it's 8 feet off of, not the site, off of the main level here. There we go. So now we're capped off. And now we can figure out our roof. We probably want to soffit here too, I'm gonna guess. Oh, and now we're getting to what I was saying with the, okay, the higher this roof situation, how it's like higher at the top. This is gonna be fun to 3D model. Okay. I don't know what to slope them at. It takes a really long time to create a beautiful and good template in Revit. Each project, there's something new to add to the template. Yes, I have a living checklist. I'm trying to develop a really good template for my company right now. And there's only 5 of us. The problem is that they're not used to having a Revit template that functions properly. So... I'm trying to change their workflow and help them to use different view templates for different kinds of plans. Like, oh, like if you're just trying to do design, like floor plan design, please use this special one that I've set up for that, and don't use the one that's meant for construction documentation, tagging, and annotating, please, because they're 2 separate ones with 2 separate things turned off and on, and then people will go in and change the thing. They'll be like, oh, I turned the grid lines off, or I turned the cabinets off in this view. How, like, why didn't it print for me? I don't know, dumb stuff like that. I'm like, guys, please. So okay, I'm gonna try doing this roof a little bit differently. I'm gonna try and do this as an extrusion. So let's see how this goes. We'll see how this goes. So here's our front elevation of our house. Our glass is nice and blue. We'll see how this goes. Roofs are here. Boot off of level 2. Oh, that's 0. Okay. I need to make a good... I mean, I might just do generic, but change the color of it, because I don't know why this is defaulting to green. Trying to decide how I want to do this. Let's make a... I'm going to make a new material and call it roof sheathing. Because again, we're not like, we don't have to do it construction, like to construction accuracy. We're focusing just on visualization and making sure that it looks right. But I'm using some construction knowledge for scaling of stuff, I guess. And then I can change the structure to, like, I don't know if you can see this. These are all the layers. Right now I just have roof sheathing. But when we get to roof finish, I can add a new layer to it. And then we can put the shingles, whatever they are, up here. But I'm not going to do that yet. I'm trying to decide if I even want to do it this way or not. We'll just see how the roof like shape manifests first, and then I'll decide from there. The frustrating thing about this platform, like this software, is that you can do the same thing in like 3 different ways. There's multiple ways to do similar things. So arc. Okay. I don't know how offset this is. Like, to do it as an extrusion, I can literally just kind of eyeball it. It probably is a bit of an overhang, so we'll do that in a sec. This one's really close. It's honestly might even... really just eyeballing this. Like this. It might make me do 2 separate ones, though. We'll see in a sec. Yeah, no, okay. We'll do this taller one first, and then I'll do the second one after. I'm scared this is too tall. Now what I can do is if I take this, and then we go back to our front view, I can mirror it. Okay. And then edit it. And now we just bring it down. Like here. Does it have a same slope or less slope? Let me look at it. I think it's the same slope. I think it's the same slope. I'll just try. Okay. This is kind of our starting point. Now I can do this and this, and then it just automatically attaches. I actually think this is lower now looking at the clearance, but I'll attach all the walls first and then we will go from there. Oops. And then we'll need to do a wall that goes here to close this off. But something like this. Might be too exaggerated. We're just eyeballing it though. Also, how much did I make this overhang? Because we probably want this to be 2 feet is conventional, so I can make it more. This one also probably has 2 feet, so let me just do that quick. You think it has 2 feet at the top? It kind of looks like it. That's crazy. Okay. I feel better about 16 inches. Or sorry, 18 inches. 1.5. Okay, we'll try the 2 feet. We'll try it. We'll try it. 2 feet. Oh, not like that. I promise you. Okay, one thing I also need to state. How I 3D model on stream is very different from how I actually 3D model in my job, and doing it in like ways like this, like eyeballing, is not good. How I 3D model for stream is kind of based off of what I think would just be, I guess, a little bit easier for you guys to watch, and not necessarily the industry practice. There, see, if we bring it down though, it's kind of cool because then it automatically locks. As a Fidalgo Canadian, Naomi Furtado said, all you can do is try. Wait, you're from Canada too? That's awesome. Canadians unite. Here, I'll bring this down. It's quite a bit down actually, so I don't think it's the same slope. Hi Tato, how are you? All the best modelers eyeball everything. Isn't that industry standard? Sometimes I wonder when I'm doing presentations with other, like the project team, and then I just like, because sometimes I will just like choose to just drag it and like just bump it and see the dimension update, bump it, see the dimension update, and just like go till it's exactly to the millimeter. Sometimes I wonder if they just watch me and they're like, is she for real? Is she for real? But I gotta say, like sometimes, especially with things like angles or curves, curves is the big one actually. Revit hates curves. It's so freaking difficult. There we go. It's so freaking difficult to snap dimensions to them. I'm just like, no, I'll eyeball it. It's fine. So, how are we feeling about the shape of this? I'm kind of thinking maybe I need to get the porch going first, and then that might tell us, because I think this might be too low. But I'm gonna model the porch differently than I'm doing this. So this is an extrusion. I'm basically setting it to the x-axis. Is it x-axis? Z-axis. The vertical one, and then pulling it forward. Sometimes visual cues are the way for a presentation piece to stand out. I'm good. I just woke up from a food nap. Nice. Hope your Saturday's going good. Have a Saturday. Yeah, I'm gonna speculate that this is actually like up a little bit. Like I'm gonna pull this up like maybe a foot for now. Just as a starter. And then let's do our roof. So I will create it. Now this way I'm going to draw it from looking down instead, because we need it to slope in 2 directions and they're going to meet one another. So that is something that we want to plan plan for. Okay, so I'm gonna just draw it this way first. But I'll add the offsets in a sec because we want there to be a bit of an overhang. It doesn't look as dramatic on the patio or like porch as it does on the actual house though. So I'm only gonna bring this out like maybe 6 inches. Maybe 9 inches. We'll see how it looks once we actually look at it in isometric view. It's like all we got to go off of is our ISO. So one view. And then I'm just wondering what they would be doing for this one at the back. Because what I'll do here is I will... Oh, I can't remember if I have to do the slope at the top or the bottom. Can't remember. Because I want a slope here. And I want a slope here. And I only want them to be like... Let's do 2 to 12. Very low slope. I might make it bigger. Let's see. Moment of truth. Almost. Almost. I want the slope line to be here. But it's close. Measured from the bottom? Okay, thank you. Ty, do you use Revit too? Are you familiar? Are you a Revit person as well? I'm gonna make this a bit less. Just because I want it to kind of line up. Let's just make it 9 degrees even. Let's see what happens. That didn't do much. This might be moving it further away. Oh no, it's moving it closer. Hour 4. Yeah, we're definitely just 3D modeling today. I used to, but only because I wanted to mess around with some plans for a logistics facility, but it's been a while. Totally fair. It's really not the most accessible software by any means. I'm changing the slopes. It's different slopes on one than another. There, this is better. I don't know how I feel about the overhang yet, but we will add a fascia, which will create the trim. The one thing that I'm noticing, I don't know if I want to do this. The corrugated tile has a texture. It's not flat. I'm trying to decide if I want to do this though. Does she 3D model the corrugated roof? It was effective for building house models to test in our weather simulators for testing structures against extreme weather events. Whoa, that's cool. Wait, that's a sick use for it. That's a lot of time. Yes. Yes, it is. I'm trying to... like, okay, the best thing would probably be to use a texture. For sure. Also, there's a beam that I'm noticing that we couldn't do in InZOI. There's a beam across here. Let me model that bitch quick. Let me model that quick. I can do that real fast. Full framing. There's probably one the whole way around, actually. Deck, beam. I'll just make it all one system. So all I have to do is just set the plane here. Yeah, no, I've done energy modeling with Revit before, or like, well, I think it's often done in a different software. Hold on, how big did we make these? 8 by 8s. I'll try this and see if it looks good. You think it's bigger? It's probably a little bit bigger. Just like for the vibes, just bring it down a little bit. Then the other thing I'm going to do, this is so minute, but I'm actually going to set this back just a hair. I'm not making this flush because then when we actually put it in twin motion, you're going to see the shadow differential. It'll just look a little bit more realistic. I don't really like lining stuff up too cleanly. And like we did have that problem in InZOI when we were trying to change the house finish and it just didn't have an impact. Been my main random job for the last few years. A few years ago we got paid to build a structural skeletons and burn them to see which perform better under the new fire world we live in. Wait, that's a sick job. Just time how quickly houses burn down, basically. Let me check the ceiling plan. We will mirror this way. Boop. And here I just have to adjust the thicknesses of these. Align with the columns. Why is it not snapping though? Please. Boop. And then 2 more. Intumescent paint. That's a new term for me. Wait, what is that? And rock wool for that. Yeah, I've spec'd rock wool pretty regularly. I haven't heard of intumescent paint. Actually, wait, I think I have. I think it came up on... So one of my projects right now just happens to be in Jasper, Alberta, which, if you have heard in the last year, almost burnt completely down. So it's come up a lot with project work there, how to fireproof stuff. Houses from before the 70s in Canada and most homes in the US up until the mid-1980s tended to go up in minutes, literally single-digit minutes. So, thoughts about homes built prior to the 1950s, though, when they weren't stick frame manufactured. Yeah, I'm working on some natural restoration work and fireproofing the landscape using environmental aspects in landscapes. Cool. In Jasper? Oh shit, okay, we have overlapping worlds in some ways. Firefree 88 is one of the brands. It just reacts with fire to make carbon structure come out of it that prevents further burning. Wait, sick! What's the term for it? Because you can do it as a siding. There's almost like pre-torched or pre-charred siding that comes out. I think it's actually, was it a Japanese company that I'm thinking of that does it? And it looks beautiful. It just looks like almost charcoal. I worked there way back in as a student in 2019, so I have a strong connection with it. With Jasper? It's actually the first time I've ever been to Jasper was unfortunately after it burnt down for work. So I'm a little sad about that because I feel like I missed... Oh, hold on. I didn't mean to finish this. I feel like I missed seeing it. But like, I don't know. Is it maybe not a bad thing? Because then I didn't get to see what was lost? Question mark. Now I just get to see the rebuild. But it's such a cool... It's such a cool place. And the Icefield Parkway is one of my favorite drives ever. Absolutely beautiful. It's pretty cool stuff. You can build a campfire in a room and it takes a full 30 minutes for the paint to deteriorate before anything will catch. Wait, sick. That's dope. See, I'm just learning about paints and fireproofing coatings and specifications and stuff literally with this project. It's brand new to me. Here, there. Okay, so now I just have to make it so that I can apply a finish to all of these so that we can make it look like the column. I'll just do a quick beam finish. Here we go. Okay, so that's our beam. And oh, the beam actually sticks out into the overhang here. Hold on. And this overhang looks like it goes farther. Plus the life that blooms after a fire is often gorgeous, full of flowers, blueberries, strawberries, and clovers. I was so impressed with how quickly that area is starting to grow back. It is like, it blew my mind because the first time I visited was back in October, and already, because it just burned down that summer, already the forest floor was green and like small shrubbery was starting to come back. I was like, whoa, that was insanely fast. Just need to make sure this is the same. Yeah, okay. So I think I need to bring this out a little bit more. But I will just bring it probably from here. Let's do 16 inches. A little bit more. And I'm gonna wager that there is a beam that goes back here too. So I might actually preemptively do that really fast. We'll do a mirror from here to here. And that. Like this. And then we'll add a fascia around, but it's like that. It's coming. Where's our timer at? 1:14. All right. Oh, this wall is wrong base. Hold on. Okay, I'm trying to decide for the steps because they're literally, it's just one step. So I think I might just model it in place really fast, to be honest. That's probably the easiest way to do it. So if we go here, I'm gonna make this shaded again. Oh, are we looking at plan? Okay. I will model a component in place this time, I guess, and I'm just gonna make it a stair. But I'm just gonna model both at the same time. But yeah, no, that is super cool. It's really like the forest fire stuff is actually really fascinating. So my project work is primarily in the Rocky Mountains in BC and Alberta. So here, I don't know, 11 inches deep, I guess. A little deep. We'll go on the base and we'll make it 7 inches high. Something like this. And we can like play around with the size of it as we want to. But even just hearing about the like town requirements from different places across the Rockies and like how they're handling fire mitigation. Like Banff, Alberta, for example, our landscaping for our projects can only have deciduous trees now. No coniferous allowed, which I think is really interesting because literally if you go there, every tree there is a pine tree. So that's really interesting. Actually, and not too far off in the town of Canmore, they're fighting about actually the town cutting down trees preemptively in advance. But I don't think that's going over too well with the town. Banff is very, very posh. Oh my god, they're so strict. They're so strict. You only have like 4 materials that you can use on the outside of your project. It's a headache. And like, I think it's Banff and Jasper both actually. You have to get approval from Parks Canada as well for projects, which is a whole other thing. So here, okay, I think this is kind of like the rough geometry for the steps. But I know the people, it wouldn't be a problem for projects, and that's important though. It's a national park, you need to protect them. Oh no, I agree 1000%. I think that everything that they're asking for makes a lot of sense. There's some stuff about it that's a little interesting. Like, for example, there's a project that I know of that is on hold right now because on site, at a resort, the trades ended up building I don't know, it's something stupid. It was like a maintenance shed or something, but it was built to encroach into the national park line by like a foot, 2 feet. And it wasn't like, and it was just one of those site decisions that was made by the trades as an after fact. But Parks came in hot and heavy about that one. So like they're very, what's the word? On top of it. But I think it's a good thing to see because I would not want them to be lax when they're trying to protect the actual habitat. It's more frustrating, honestly, in locations that are outside of parks. Like just outside of Canmore, there was a huge development approved, like the Three Sisters, I can't remember what it's called. It's like a Three Sisters development or something like that. I was reading into it. I was trying to learn about it because it's a ton of building. Essentially, this project is so massive, it'll double the population of that town from 9,000 to 20,000 people or something. Like insane. But where they're building it was prime migratory route for, I think, elk and grizzly bear. And so the developers that have been trying to do that project, I think, have literally been trying to do it for like 10 to 20 years. But the provincial government, who does have jurisdiction over it, kept on saying no. And then they just harped at it and harped at it and harped at it until they finally got their way. And now the provincial government in Alberta doesn't really care about the environment as much, so they finally got their approval. Which is crazy. That kind of stuff, I'm like, ugh. I'm pretty fortunate because my boss and the company that I work for doesn't really agree with that kind of development in the Rocky Mountains. We more so do staff housing for those like smaller ski towns that doesn't have accommodations for people that live there, or affordable housing, or like more like necessary additions to the communities. So I feel really fortunate that my boss is so particular about the kind of work that we take on that it actually like benefits the areas instead of just like accumulating on to the yeah. It's interesting. It's an interesting world to be in. I'm trying to decide what to do next because I want to focus on the 3D modeling, but I think I'm going to try and avoid anything that's too time consuming, for lack of a better term. We have this screen at the back that I should probably just throw in really quick, but I'm trying to decide how I want to do this. So I could do it in a few ways. I could do it using like a curtain wall and use like mullions, and then that might be the easiest. But it'll definitely be the fastest for me to just model it in place. Here, I'll just, honestly, YOLO, let's go. I'll just call it the wood screen. And I don't know if it's only at the back or if it wraps around. We could probably do whatever we want. Once I set it up, then it doesn't matter. And it looks like it starts below this line here. So I'll set the plane to be like, I want this wall. Oh. I'd consider moving closer to Canada and eventually to Canada after this hospital contract. I need out of the American hellscape. I'm pretty sure I saw a statistic somewhere that Canada received the most, like the amount of refugee applicant status, like applications that we're getting from Americans is quite high. Not unsurprisingly, to be honest. How big are these? They're pretty small. I don't know what to make of them. Like 3 inches, maybe? Yeah, we've purchased over a 50-acre tract to hold for development. So we're suing the Alberta government, and they've agreed to stop integration work and must build no less than 8 wildlife/natural overpasses over the nearby highways, and to halt the development within 300 meters of any creeks, rivers, streams, or watersheds. Wait, is this around Canmore? Around that, like, crazy Three Sisters development that I was just talking about? Or is this in a different location? Honestly, that's amazing. No, they're really frustrating. Even the whole coal mine debacle is really frustrating. Because, yeah, I help curate a music festival, and we work with a local indigenous community that lives near that area. And, yeah, it's very frustrating. Yeah, I'm literally just gonna... We're just manually creating this little wall here with little extrusions the whole way up. Boop, 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 boop. It's like virtual Play-Doh. Hopefully soon enough in the future it'll change for the better. Well, so the Alberta government is specifically frustrating. Okay, I have an environmental management degree, by the way, so I'm definitely like, okay, my dog's freaking out. 1 sec. I might have to go answer my door. Oh, no, we're okay. Yeah, I have an environmental management degree, so I have a bit of a vested interest in what the heck is going on in the environmental side of things in Canada. The Alberta government specifically is so freaking... They have halted all renewable projects. There is no approval allowed for renewable projects. They just are not taking any applications for permits to get them constructed and built. They are not taking any new ones. Oil and gas and coal, totally fine. It's called strategic asset deployment. It's effective. You throw more attention and resources at a problem some would see as small or not worthy of time, and then you just make it impossible for them to continue destroying themselves. In what context? I haven't heard that term yet. But yeah, I gotta be real though. It's really frustrating in the context of like a province like Alberta that is very conservative, very right-wing, economics driven, to just roadblock an entire industry because it could potentially negatively impact the outputs of other industries. That's just capitalism, baby. Free market, let it do its thing. There's a very good economic argument for the implementation of renewables. No, we're just gonna not allow them. But that is actually the definition of economic terrorism. Oh, it's so blatant. It's so blatant. When you start looking behind the scenes, though, like behind the curtain at what's happening in renewable versus non-renewable energy like industries, non-renewables, like the oil and gas industry specifically, is so heavily subsidized by the government, and it's only getting more and more expensive to keep them going and have like economic viability around it. Oh, I know, it's why I'm out of work. I had more 6 preliminary projects put on hold now. 1 gigawatt of renewables for Alberta. It's so stupid. It's so obvious why they can't compete. Yeah, they're just changing the rules. It's like kids at recess that are mad that they're losing a game. So then they're like, actually, no, you're not allowed to do that anymore. We're honest to God so cheap and profitable they can't compete. It blows my mind. It blows my mind. It blows my mind. But I mean, if there's any silver lining here, if there's any positive takeaways from this, though, again, like I said, the economic argument for renewables is so, it's unignorable. It's like they're gonna have to concede eventually. What's weird to me though too is that non-renewable companies are also investing in renewable energy because it helps with the affordability of their operations too. So I don't really know what's going on with the Alberta government and the lobbying and stuff there. But if we can't commodify every form of energy, how can we keep class warfare going? It's, yeah, like Alberta specifically, I'd be curious to know about other project or other provinces, because I know Ontario also has its grievances with Doug Ford. But Alberta, it's to a point where there is, like, it's very apparent that the Alberta government is very heavily lobbied by the oil and gas industry. It's the only thing that they really seem to be actually helping out in their policies. And everybody else is getting thrown through the ringer, for lack of a better way of phrasing it. But some of the choices that they're making, again, like the halting of renewable energy projects, that, from my understanding, was even not approved by some oil and gas companies because they have their own internal projects that are renewable energy projects that got impacted too. So I don't really know. It's very weird. It's like just 5 years of work towards changing Western Canada into an insane green energy powerhouse that would ecologically integrate it into a holistic manner, disintegrating. But so many people are against, a majority in fact. I've never met a farmer in rural Alberta or a businessman in Calgary who didn't want cheaper renewable energy. Alberta has the same situation as in Montana in the US. Wait, really? Its reliance on oil oligarchy is strong, to say the least. I've wondered that. I visited Montana before, like, the American election happened and everything. So that was the last time I've been to the States. And it was very interesting to see, because, like, I think that they're same in a lot of ways. Honestly, though, Montana felt like real, actual Western cowboys, and Alberta has a lot of cosplay cowboys. All those renewable projects were offset projects, but they didn't need to do anymore anyways because they trashed the offset requirements. Oh, that's what it was. See, but I would have thought that they would have had a vested interest in just doing it anyways to help with the energy requirements of oil extraction. Green finish. You guys got me yapping on a really interesting topic. Now I'm like, what's my timer at? 1:32. Yeah, we're definitely not doing finishes today. So I'll get this 3D model to a good and ready point for Twinmotion next time I stream. By the way. Have you ever heard of syngas? No, I don't know. I am not familiar. Okay, we have the screen. I don't know if I should continue it the whole way down. Part of me almost kind of wants to. But the cool thing is I could just do this. We'll just do it this way. Ta-da! Yeah? We need a soffit under here though. I don't want this to be exposed. So let me just add one quick. Is this my ceiling view? Oh, this one? Oh, it's this one. Okay, make a soffit ceiling. One sec. See, it almost looks like it slopes back up though with it. Like maybe I should just make the roof type thicker for the exposed patio. Here, syngas, it was made by Nazis. They used coal compression with coal to make a dirtier gasoline. There's about 20-foot thicker layer of coal spanning around the globe. They want to keep the wheel going. Is that the company? Wait, where's that company based out of? A lot of them are cosplay cowboys in Montana too. America just has guns, and Idaho is also a home base to the KKK. So it's a very tense situation. When I was dating a girl from Montana and visiting her family, it was not fun. For reference, I'm Asian. Oh, okay. I'm gonna say this. So we went, like, we got gifted our trip to Montana as a honeymoon gift from our families when Krish and I got married. So that was like why we ended up going, and it was for a ski trip because we are huge into skiing and snowboarding. Montana has good skiing. We went to Whitefish, and I was kind of like, oh, like this isn't like a crazy far drive for us from Western Canada. So like maybe we could keep Whitefish on the radar to go on a ski trip with our friends in the future. And then we went and I saw it, and we went to some of the nightlife, and I looked around, and there was it was pre-American election, so there was flags, and I was like, I am not bringing my friends here that are not white. So it. Alberta's renewable situation could very rapidly change though, as it already accounts for more than half of all installed electricity generation capacity, but usually represents more like 30 to 40% of total daily generation. No, it isn't a company, it's the fossil fuel industry model. Drill until it gets low and then say, oh well, we can make gas from coal, keep buying. Oh fuck, okay, I'm gonna look into that after. I'm not familiar with that. I feel like I should learn myself. But that's what's so crazy to me. Same with like, well, I know why, but Alberta doesn't, they don't subsidize solar panel installation on houses, but then the province has an energy grid problem where multiple times actually in the last few years, they haven't had enough energy to accommodate the demand. And there was a few times in the previous years where like the grid's almost shut down. I think it might have actually even failed in some jurisdictions, not obviously for long, but like there's other solutions to help distribute and alleviate the energy issues. They're like, nope, we have one basket, we are putting all of our eggs in it. Cities do subsidize solar and wind projects though, which is nice. Yeah, I need to look into who does them. because it's been a long time since I've looked into it. I had to do more of that kind of research and stuff when I was actually in school for my degree, but I graduated in 2021, so it's been a little bit. It's been a little bit. But it was a very eye-opening degree. The scariest takeaway that I have from it actually is just like the environmental, like the sociology and environmental law stuff, and how often these giant companies will cover up their terrible impacts on the environment. How prevalent greenwashing is. So scary. Anyway. This never failed, luckily. But you're right, it did get close once. But it stayed within about 51 megawatts of demand. Yet that's very tight for a province of about $4.8 million. See, does BC not have the same issues as much because they have such prevalency for... what's the word? Why am I blanking on... electrical power generation from water? What is it? Why am I blanking off of that term? They have more hydropower. I need a soffit. Because even the cost in... Yeah, the cost of utilities in BC is like actually insane compared to Alberta. Like when you look at... And I'd like to know... Actually, I haven't compared Saskatchewan because that's the other Western Canada province typically. But, soffit. Sorry, I'm distracted. Constructing soffit. We want a roof soffit here. And this guy we also want to be... And then I will do on the inside of the beam. Yes. Gas is very cheap. Alberta has tons, and companies have given some of their gas to the government as a form of light tax. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. That's so funny because I have family in Alberta and I know how and like coming from there too, I know how expensive utilities cost there. So is it passed on to the consumer? I guess they're also unregulated, right? So they don't have to technically cap it in any way. It's the same issue they're having with insurance companies there. Like auto insurance and stuff is uncapped there too. And rent. BC has way more affordable rent in certain places. This gaps helps stabilize prices in Alberta compared to almost every other jurisdiction in North America, yet utilities have skyrocketed because they took the regulated cap of the previous NDP government. Yeah, see, I did know that. I remember. Okay. We have... I think the exterior geometry sorted, so now we want cabinets. I will do. We are not doing very good for modeling time with only 20 minutes left. Here, let's do a section box, and I will steal the cabinets from my other 3D model. Hold on, I have garbage open. What else is open? It is the louvered door. Here, let me just close some of these. We don't need them. There we go. And a section box. There we go. North American gas alone, to be honest, is what's keeping all of North America's energy prices at an acceptable level compared to everything else. We seem to not realize that every other country is seeing a 25% jump year over year and more in utility prices on average. It's wild. Oh yeah, I was actually... How did this topic of conversation? I was learning about how expensive utilities are for gas in the UK. Because I also have, like, by marriage, I guess, I have extended family in England. And, Yeah, doesn't that have to do a bit more with the war conflicts happening in the Ukraine? Is that what it is? Or is it more just it's a current trend in general regardless? I actually don't know enough about that to speak to it, so I have to be real. I have to be a little bit selective of the amount of global current events news I consume because it can be really stressful. I pay attention enough to stay as informed, I think, as I need to be, but there isn't much oil in the UK. No, they have to import all of it, right? So that's why it's so expensive. I almost decided to approach a hedge fund for funding on an LNG project, dropping LNG to Germany because the prices were insane. Actually, yeah, have they not? It's both Europe and Asia. Demand has always been high. That's usually a bit more expensive than North or South American markets. It kind of is part of it. Ukraine is a major pipeline of oil. I see. I thought it was a lot to do more with Russia being occupied, but recently it skyrocketed because of the war. I see. Okay. Here, okay, I'm gonna pull a lot of the cabinets just from this model because I don't want to spend too much time looking for them. And they have the same shaker style that we want. I'll just copy and paste some in. Actually, I don't even know if we have any like plain ones. Like we have the 3-drawer here. Do I just have a plain double door one? Russia was a major exporter. Okay, yeah, see, that is my understanding of it, was that they were a major exporter and then the conflict, not even in addition to them just being occupied by the conflict, but also, you know, sanctions and all of the tensions around the East versus West relations and stuff, right? Okay, I'll throw this here. I do want it all to be... Why does it default to site? Please, I don't want it to. Come here. Let me just make the base of it the... Can I not change the base? Hey. Oh, hello? Oh no. Why won't it work? Oh, weird. Okay. Might have to just edit it and load it in a different way. For example, we could buy $2 of LNG from Alberta, ship it to BC for 50 cents, and ship it to Germany from BC for $1. And Germany's buying price is more than $16. Holy shit. Oh man, those temperatures are about to get a lot worse too. There's some bad news in the news today. Yeah, the world news isn't great. Okay, I keep up on it, but I don't like to delve too deep into it because it is very stressful. I thought seriously about investing just for the income to pay for greener sustainable developments, but I stalled on the morals of it. Seeing it go through anyways is making me regret it a bit. That's the age-old dilemma of being a good person, to be honest. You kind of gotta, like, I don't know, you kind of gotta be a little bit of a questionable, morally ambiguous person really to get your bag, I have learned in life. Is this 3 feet? Is it sitting on the ground? I think it is. Wait, how tall was this one though? 2.5. 1'3". Just for the farmhouse sink, so that makes it shorter. I'm just trying to copy this. Oh wait. Yeah, I'm just trying to copy this guy in. I might have modeled this in place though. Oh no, pick new host. But yeah, no, it won't let me. Gotta do this in 2D, I guess. If they're gonna make big, might as well take something from it and use it for something for the actual better. I think that is, oh man. Yeah, that's the idea. The problem, I think, when it comes to like even just investing and accruing wealth in general, the game is so heavily rigged against you. It's absolutely insane. I've told this story on stream before, actually. The one that like really opened my eyes to it and made it so apparent. We tried to buy, so I guess context, a little bit of a storytelling. What's our timer at? Because I might tell this story when I'm done. 1:47. We are not there. Y'all got me yapping too much. I was like, I'm gonna concentrate and not talk on stream and let everybody just lurk today. And then we got onto interesting conversation. No, I'll tell this story. We tried to buy a house a month ago, 2 months ago, month and a half ago. Basically, for context, Krish and I bought a house in 2021 when the interest rates were really cheap with the intention of renovating it and selling it within 3 to 5 years for a profit so that we could reinvest our difference, like the accrued profit, somewhere else so that we could, like, we've always wanted to locate somewhere just like a little bit more rural, a little bit more slow pace. Anyway, we were very fortunate. The housing costs rose exponentially from 2020 to 2025. Very lucky, actually, that we sold at the peak this year. 6-figure profit. We found a house that we really liked, and we had basically the equivalent of a 25% down payment for a house that was actually $200,000 cheaper in a small town than the house that we had just sold in the city that we live in. And our intention was to basically put 25% down on this house, rent it out for a year or two, because it's in a tourist town, smaller tourist town that has huge demand for rent. Finding a renter would be no issue whatsoever. I don't want to get into like logistics and specifics, but long story short, due to the nature of Krish's work, because he's an independent contractor and hasn't been doing it for long enough, his income didn't count. And then mine would have had to be done on its own. And then when we were too lawful good and mentioned the desire to rent it out before living in it right away. I guess legally you have to live in your house within 60 days. Otherwise it's considered an investment property. And then your rates go up and you can no longer get mortgage insurance. So in order to... Basically, we couldn't do it. We got declined on finances. Which is crazy because it's so, like... It seems so much easier if you, like, I just find it crazy that it's like, oh, hey, we have this like 25% down payment. This house is $200,000 cheaper than the one in our big city. We have reliably paid our mortgage for over 4 years. Why is it an issue? But again, like interest rates had just risen so much in between when we had initially bought to now. It was the stress testing that got us that we didn't qualify in and like apply for. There's a whole bunch of other like smaller nuanced things that gets into it, but it blows my mind because there's so many rich boomers that have done the exact same thing that probably earn larger incomes than we do. Probably have paid off houses, so it's probably easier, but it's just the amount of boomers my parents' age that own multiple properties and then just like Airbnb them out, lease them out. And that's kind of like if you listen to any podcast, bro, they're like, oh, get into real estate and start getting into owning properties so that you can rent it out. And then that's like a tangible asset. So it's like the safest place to park your wealth, blah, 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 blah. But then once I learned how hard it actually is to try and do that, even with the six-figure profit that we've made in the last 4 years. I was just like, damn. Like, how much would we... I don't know. It's really rigged against the middle-class patron that just wants... Like, I literally am like, I just want to park my wealth in a town that I think will be on the up in the next 5 to 10 years. And that, like, I want to move there and live in it in a year or two. Why can't I? Yeah, credit systems all around are very fucked for our generation and after. When the average age of home buyers are in their late 40s at the earliest, it's insane. It's crazy. And then I think about my friends, like, for how hard it was for us to even get applied. Like, for context, this house was $500,000 in this town. The house that we just sold was $700,000. So, like, that's a crazy price point, even in my head, because, like, we bought the house for $475 and it had just accrued that much. But I feel so bad for my friends that are in their 30s, like early 30s, that are talking about like, oh, it'd be really cool to get into the real estate market. But like, no, you can't unless one of your parents dies and you inherit like a huge down payment and you are earning a almost 6-figure salary basically to get approval. It's crazy. They make it so hard. It's not fair. It's not fair. I feel so fortunate that we got in when we did. But the only reason why we were able to even buy a house in the first place was, one, family inheritance, and then gambling that inheritance in the whole crazy GameStop saga when that happened, and then buying a house but still having 3 roommates help us pay for that mortgage for 4 years. That's the only reason why we were able to do it. Like, we have done unconventional ways of getting here. What's the minimum wage in Canada? It is varied by province. Most provinces, I think, are $15 minimum wage now. Or actually, some might be higher. Actually, Kate, I think BC, I think, is like $17.50 now. Alberta's $15. I'd have to look it up. I know a little bit more about Western Canada numbers, but I can't quite remember exactly. But honestly, okay, we're at the 154 timer, and I do have people over that I do need to go hang out with. So I think I'm going to save this model. I'm going to pause my timer here. I'll finish the 3D modeling offline. And I will get up the finishes set up and everything for Twinmotion to do on stream. But it's because it's not a holistically effective investment tool anymore. We've seen and proven that technically the global housing market cannot actually continue to go up in value naturally without trillions in subsidies and churning of toxic assets, especially in this new age of climate change and extreme weather. Oh, 100%. So it's been part of a strategy to shift people to go invest in other more stable liquid assets. Yeah, good job, Lance. More disruptive than that. It's fun though. I like yapping. I like yapping. That's still only like $30,000 a year. Oh yeah, no way you're getting in on minimum wage. You absolutely need like, I don't even know if you could consider owning real estate in Canada. I mean, it obviously depends on where you are, but I think you need at least like $60,000 to $65,000 base. Even then, it depends on where you live too. Because like if you're in Vancouver, dream on. You're never getting in that market. Say Toronto, no, not a chance. So it's absolutely crazy. Well, and for context too, in the city that I'm located in, because I was like, okay, we got financing declined for this small town that we want to move to. So what if we just buy another house in our city for a couple years and then see what happens? And even like, I told you the numbers and I told you the profit. Still, with where we're at and how the bank considers our finances and everything, I could only afford less than, there was like a couple hundred houses listed and I could only afford 7 of them in the whole city. Well, we could, Krish and I could only afford 7. And all 7 of them were literally in like the lowest income neighborhood areas that like have a reputation for not being safe. And I'm like, that's crazy. Come clear, no one who lives in, who's under, oh, No one who's 30 or under can even or should buy a home if they want to be living the most financially secure future. Trailer park houses. Bro, they don't even make it that easy. I'm not kidding. I've looked into it. My friends and I have talked about it. We're like, oh, we could just do the like tiny house village thing. Let's look into how much it costs or like all the logistics to buying land and erecting like a few tiny houses or a couple residences and like sharing the cost sharing together, eco village or like whatever label you want to put on it, commune, sure. But the amount of loopholes and issues pertaining to zoning and even just like getting financial approval from banks for land, usually you need at least like 40 to 50% down payment. The only way really that it's feasible to do something like that is to go so frickin' buttfuck rural that you probably have to drive at least minimum 2 hours to a major metropolitan area. That's like maybe the only way that it gets cheap enough to do it. So I've looked into like even background or like backdoor ways of doing it. Like, oh, do you buy a small campground somewhere? Because then it's a business. Realistically, and I think I've seen some, I need to dig into some of the advice around it, but I think one of the largest pieces of advice is you and your friends have to form a corporation and like present it as a company as opposed to trying to do anything as an independent person. And that's just because the system that we're in right now values corporations over individuals. So you might find it cheaper to buy a plane and run a shuttle service from 2 hours away, to be honest. Honestly, it's not too hard. You just need to be very mindful of the government involvement and make the right friends, and then it becomes quite feasible. Yeah, like our plan, it's still not off the table. I would still love to do something like that because I love the idea of having a little bit more of a passive income. I'm more drawn to almost like the eco resort model or unique accommodations where it's tiny house village. Half of them are on the short-term rental market. The other half are full-term residents. They probably don't even have to be together, but then that's just passive income to help for the lifestyle on the property. That's kind of my first choice. So approaching it as a business model is our first step. The issue that we're running into is that a lot of the areas that we're the most interested in are in BC, specifically within the agricultural land reserve, and you can't do anything except basically agriculture in those areas. So it gets a little tricky. Yeah, not to make it sound easy. I like these multi-step system processes, etc. So I find government bureaucracy interesting and know a lot of people in government since I grew up in an area where a lot of MPs used to live. Oh, interesting. So yeah, I think our idea would be to move, well, our idea is to move to small town, or more, well, not like super small town, but just like a little bit more of that rural area and just get embedded with the community and actually meet people and understand the area, understand the zoning, understand what the community is like, and get to know people within the community. Because you're right, I think that's the way that like, then, hey, guess what? Someone has subdivided their land and they're selling 3 acres kind of to someone locally, preferably, and then you have an opportunity to kind of do that. The point is, people make their own obstacles. Actual obstacles are far, far lower than you might think, especially if you have a just do it attitude. If I remember correctly, there's a part of Canada that is a vast plain that only grass grows on. Oh yes, that's called the prairies. Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Alberta, they got lots of prairies. I heard the Northwest Territories is always looking for building towns. I've actually heard it's beautiful up there, and a lot of climate predictions are saying that it would be a great place to move in the future. Because the growing window for agriculture is just going to keep getting larger. Gets more feasible. Northwest Territories is beautiful. I've been wanting to visit. We have a project lined up that might be just a few minutes out of Whitehorse. So my boss was like, oh, who wants to go? Well, this is the Yukon. Is that Northwest Territories? Oh my god, my geography. But anyways, my boss is like, oh, who wants to go up there? I'm kind of like, can I go? I want to see it. But this was really fun. Thanks so much for yapping with me. I do have to go. I will not be able to stream. Yeah, that's in the Yukon. So what I'd like to do, if I could, would be to road trip up to Whitefish. Or Whitehorse, sorry. Not Whitehorse. So yeah, I'll be going on a trip this week. I should hopefully be live next Sunday. But thank you so much for hanging out with me, everyone. I appreciate it. Sorry we didn't get further in the actual 3D model of this thing. So I'll get it set up. I'll show you where it's at next time. And then we will do some finishes stuff. So thank you guys. And enjoy the rest of your weekend. Bye.